Hello, 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 hello. It's me. Back at it again with less than interesting game dev stuff. But we're back nevertheless. Alright, send me. There we go. Turn this on. Hello. Hello, hello. It is I. Hello? Give me one sec. Honestly, like, hello Nova, hello Bumsy, hello Wolfpack. Glad to see people are here. I usually walk away for like, I start the stream and then walk away for like 5 minutes to do stuff. I don't know if that's weird or not. Mostly because you know, if I'm gonna be late, I might as well like be extra late. You know, don't do things halfway. Well, actually, I guess this is being halfway because I suppose I could be even more late. Push the stream back by like an hour. Well, hello. Today we are going to be working on more of the ECS stuff with Godot. So let me see. Let's pull some stuff up. Let's capture the Verdi screen. Don't mind me. This is just the time tracker that I like to run on myself and never share with my boss. All right, what did I call it? I think it's a good idea. It gives people some time to tune and get settled. Yeah. I think that's definitely true. I think a lot of people do that as well. It's a streamer thing, but I don't know. I know when I first started, I would just be like, all right. Pretty much just got off work. Let's get to it. But there's an issue with the background. It's wonky on the right side. It's driving me nuts. The background? What do you mean the background? You mean this background? Which background? This one? Well, I don't blame you for noticing that it's wonky on the right, considering that I like drew it in a minute. I drew it with my mouse. I was just I need something to use as my stream background when we're just starting up. You know, as you can see, arts is my passion, so I spent a lot of time on it. It is good enough. I'm not an artist. I do what I can. Also, hold on, let me tilt myself a little more down. There we go. Hello, Mr. Cheems and friends. Which friend is your favorite friend? Tag yourself. I've never really watched Friends, but a lot of my friends in school watched Friends. There's Ross, there's Joey, there's Monica, there's Phoebe. Isn't there one more friend? But yeah, anyways, here we are. This is where we're at. So this is all controlled by Bevy, which is kind of neat. The controls are flipped for whatever reason. We'll figure that out. The one who has friendship with me. How are you doing? I'm doing all right. I've actually been extraordinarily productive, like off stream, mostly because I was working on things that are really boring to watch. Like this. Look at this. If you are a Godot developer who wants to load GD native libraries at runtime, basically it's kind of like how OBS works, where you can, you know, with OBS you can add new plugins. So you can see here I have OBS WebSocket and Spouts, and you don't really need to run an installer. You could just kind of drag and drop new plugins in. That's what I've written here. So yeah, feeling productive. Actually a little tired since I was working on just random other stuff before this. But that's the nice thing about streaming, is that it keeps me honest. Because I guess if I wasn't streaming, I would have dropped the Bevy ECS, which is a Rust, integration with Godot, which is not Rust. Yeah, how are you doing? Did I ask that already? I have the memory of a goldfish, which is to say pretty good, but usually misconstrued to be really bad. Oh, I'm not a Godot dev, sorry. Well, that's all right, because this is all in Rust. Look at that, it's beautiful. So Godot is just basically Python anyways. I think that's my favorite part about Godot, is that you can just use whatever language you want with it. It's pretty sick. Like, once I wrap my head around the fact that as long as you understand like a modicum of Python, after that you can do whatever you want. I think Godot became pretty sick. Especially with like the random plugins I've written as well. At least, yeah, it'll work for Godot 3 and also potentially with Godot 4, because I think Godot 4 uses the same architecture. Yeah. So it's just really easy to just add whatever you want. Or write whatever you want in whatever language. As long as it has a CFFI, which most languages do. Well, has a CFFI and is easy to use on the CFFI. Gotta finish adding an animation, adding and playing support through symbols with Adobe Animate's texture atlases. Animation, adding and playing support through symbols. Adobe Animates texture atlases. Through symbols. It's been a while since I've used any Adobe product, so I'm not familiar. I apologize. But I did get my start with programming kind of with Adobe Flash. I have very strong memories of being flamed on forums when I was very young. They're like, oh, are you sure you're a programmer? I'm like, I'm not a programmer. That's why I'm asking. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm still working through my Monica understanding. Nice. Well, I think you've done pretty well for done extraordinarily well for a beginner. It's hard to call you even a beginner at this point. Nova. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's before you know it, you're better than most people. You're better than most people I see asking for help on the forums, at least. It's okay. Basically Flash, but with more stuff. Oh baby. All I know, it's Adobe. Adobe. Yeah, but where we're at right now is I need to figure out why this happens. So, I suppose spoilers, this is not normal. You do not want that to happen. And two, the things are flipped. I'm not really sure why. But what I've learned from last time is that one, I'm dumb. Understanding how transforms work. So transform 2Ds are they're 3x2 arrays or 3x2 matrices. Wait, no, 2x3 matrices. So I was actually passing in 0. So these 4 values here control the scale, which is a little confusing. I don't really understand it myself. All I know is that I think these are a pair. This is the XY scale. So if you want to scale something on the X, you scale this value. I don't know what this value does. And then similarly, this is the XY value for the Y axis. So if you want to scale something on the Y, you change this value. Of course, these two middle values I don't quite understand. And then these are the just position overall. I'm really confused because I don't know about Rust. Well, let me tell you, Rust is the next hottest thing that people are sleeping on. Well, actually, I don't know if it's people are sleeping on it. It's probably it has a bit too much hype for how much actual use it has. But Rust is not a video game. I mean, it is a video game, but that's not what I'm writing it in. But this is... Rust is basically like a systems level programming language. It's supposed to be equivalent to about C++, but memory safe, easier to write. It has a very sane build system, which is phenomenal if you know anything about C++. Where C++ is just absolutely horrible to work with. So, because everyone just has their own build system for C++. For example, Godot uses scons, which no one uses anymore. Google tends to use Bazel, one of those words, which is very Google-centric, also extremely complicated, especially if you don't work at Google and don't have their setup scripts, which is very sad. Because Google does open source a lot of their projects, but they all use Bazel. Sounds very good. I literally just program with Hax and pretty much it. Hax is pretty good. Hax is, if you know Hax, you can probably do pretty much anything, right? Because Hax is very similar to Java. I've done Hax a little bit. I used heaps with Hax. I didn't use their, is it Castle? Whatever their heaps is bundled, not really bundled, but it's highly suggested to use database thingy. Yeah, I think Hax is really cool. I just wish I had a visual. I've tried most of the frameworks and engines out there, but like I'm not super technical, I guess. I like it when I can see what I'm working with, or at least I have a reference point with what I'm working with, which is kind of hard to do when you're just working with a framework like Hax or whatever. Or Hax with like heaps or Haxel or the other one. I guess those are the only two big ones. Because Dead Cells is made with heaps. And then there's a few Papers, Please. Friday Night Funkin' are made with Haxel, something like that. I think the cross-compiling capabilities are really neat. I realized I didn't actually test this. All right, cool. Look at that. So I just fixed that. We're still on the wrong side because right side should be positive. This one should be negative. I think that's the hard part about Rust with Godot is that you need to compile every time you want to make changes. Oh no. What did I do? Eh? Wait a minute. Did it fail? Am I stupid? Undo me. Undo me. Hold on. Recompile as well. What did I do? Yeah, but I've never made a game with Hax, I should say. I have made a game with... Let me peep my own stuff. There we go. Thank goodness my bot still works. I have made a few games here. I guess these two aren't games. Oh, geez. Look at this very scenic photo I took in Malaysia. I think this one I'm fairly proud of, Giant Horse Deathball. There's a VOD available on my YouTube channel. Made that from Ludum Dare. There's Ka. Oh, yeah, Ka. Yeah. I saw that before, but I don't know if there's any games made with it. I know that they have their own like fork of VS Code that you're supposed to use, and that's kind of their IDE. Haxpunk is dead as Abraham, looking at pretty much it. So it was assassinated. Assassinated and then just endlessly memed on. Ooh, okay. So why is this broken? Did I get this backwards? So that should be 500, right? So give me another recompile. Did I get something backwards? Am I dumb? We recompiled. Now we can only see one of them and it's flipped. That doesn't make any sense. Ooh. Because these should be placed at the correct points, right? This is negative 500. This is 500 because this is left and this is right. And then my screen bounds are... All right, I thought I understood what my problem was from last time, but maybe I was a bit too optimistic. By the way, this is not how most people use Godot, so that's why I'm kind of struggling with it. I have made Pong before, I do guarantee you. It's supposed to be like a port to Flashpunk. Same example as Haxel Flixel with Flixel. Can use too low to survive, so it died. Not familiar with Flashpunk, but I am familiar with Flash and Flash games. Played a lot of Flash games in my day. And then this... No, this is Rust Sprite. We don't care about Rust Sprite. It works on very old versions of Lime and OpenFL. Isn't OpenFL, yeah, Open Flash, right? Something like that? OpenFL is written in Rust, isn't it? I feel like I've seen something about that. OpenFL, isn't it? Isn't that Rust? No, that's hacks. I'm lying. Never mind. Never mind. I apologize. Placing a battery back on, I forgot that my modem was plugged into it. Nice. I remember when I had to manage my own modem, but then I moved. Now I have to use the building's internet, which can be spotty at times. And they also charged me like $50 per port in my own place that I wanted to enable. It's like, yeah, you're 100% fleecing me, but yes, I will pay. The conversation was on Flash. Yeah, I think kinda, not really. Mr. Cheems is a hacks developer, shall we say? Don't need to look at this. So this part I'm concerned about. Yeah, I think what hacks is known for is replacing Flash games, I think, right? That's like it. Mostly what it's used for nowadays, but it's capable of so much more, especially since they have so much like crazy tooling around it. Yeah, but Flash games. That was a golden era for sure. Lots of fun on Armor games and Congregate. Wasn't really a Newgrounds guy, but why is this broken? So this should be -500, 100. Took a little bit of compile. Maybe that was it. Nope. Oh, they're just too far out. Because why are they too far out? I don't really know, but we're gonna roll with it. We'll figure that out later. It's probably because I'm setting it to 500, 500. So we can set it to like a lower value, like 300, 300. And then right now what we're doing is we're mutably setting the transform here, because this transform is stored in our ECS, where an ECS architecture is entity component system. That's what ECS stands for. So entities are just integers. So each entity is just an integer. Components are just data that are tied to one of those entity integers. And then this is one of our systems. So we have a paddle system. It queries for an entity that has both a paddle and a drawable. And then we just do a thing. Oh, I didn't recompile. Ah! And I think it's ActionScript 4.0 exporting to desktop, mobile, HTML5 maybe, or that's what it tries to achieve. Not sure though. I think it's more of a, I don't know, like hacks does everything, right? Like it compiles to everything, which is pretty neat, right? Like you can compile to C++, you can just use Hax's like super performant virtual machine, almost like Java. It can compile to JavaScript. It's one of the few languages I'm surprised is not more popular, because it just compiles to everything. I wonder if it's because of like there's a lot of corner cases and lots of bugs, but I don't know. It's like one of those things where I would think like hacks would be more popular than Godot, right? Because it's almost in the same area. Where Godot can also compile to native code technically, because Godot ships with itself. You ship the engine with your game, essentially. But you can also compile to WebAssembly, aka JavaScript, basically, to mobile, etc., etc. Or you can even run your code in interpreted mode, which is what I actually do here. So by the way, I wrote this thing. Recently had an 0.81 release. So it supports things like this. Hold on. I'm gonna wiggle it around. I don't know whose model this is. Technically, it's not allowed for commercial use, but that's okay. Look at that. Look at that. I guess I can roll this one for a little bit. I really should go into VRide Studio and just export a default model again. You have a V. Well, I wrote this application, so if you're interested, you can find it here on my GitHub. Stars are much appreciated. Oh, actually, check it out. We just hit 200, and by we I mean I. But I guess some people here were along for the ride. Yeah, look at that. I wrote this thing, which is this thing, which is this thing. Look at that. And then you can do fun things like this. Yeah. This is me in real life. Hello, you called? Hold on. No, I'm actually contorting my head in real life. Not the head thingy again. The head thingy is my favorite part. The head thingy is my favorite part. I guess one of these days I should model a tank again, or I need to find the tank file and then I can just be a tank. As in, like, you know, like an army, a military tank, an armored vehicle equipped with a high caliber gun, which may or may not be loaded with explosive ordnance. Because actually, technically, unlike other programs, like VC Face or whatever, or VMagick Mirror, this program also just supports random 3D models. But I guess it's not as popular for that. But that's what the duck is. The duck is just a random 3D model. So as long as you have bones in your model, it will just work. My favorite part. Maybe not other people's. But yeah, I read a bunch of stuff. So, oh yeah, I recompiled, now I need to check. Yes, there we go. I also need to stop printing. Yeah, so let's get rid of that. And then we can start integrating. Instead of using Godot's built-in collision stuff, we can start using the much more performance Rapier 2D, Rapier RS. So this is one of the kind of more interesting developments in Rust stuff. Yeah, because this is supposed to be like a super high performance physics engine. This is not the Docs RS. Rapier 2D, yeah. Yeah, this is supposed to be super high performance. Pretty much the most exciting thing in Rust so far besides Bevy, which I'm also using, by the way. Yeah, did you know actually the creator, or I guess the lead developer, Benevolent Dictator for Life, Cart. I think their full name is Carter Anderson. So it's a very apt screen name. They used to be a Godot dev as well. We're not a Godot dev, but they used to use Godot, I should say. Yeah, I think they were the maintainer of the Godot bunny mark for like Godot native script stuff. So like, and then they were just tired of Godot's performance, so they just went and made their own engine. But I don't need like super performant stuff. I need performance enough. So where is it? There's a Bevy thing. I don't remember where it is. Is it Rapier? Bevy. Yeah, there we go. Where is the docs? Alright, Bevy Rust plugin, sure. Cargo example. So this is Bevy, Rapier 2D. Okay. So is this just built into Bevy? Oh no, this provides plugins. So actually I just want to use regular Rapier 2D. Okay. So this is Rapier 2D 11. So Rapier 2D, what was it? 11, something like that? We'll hit it with a compile. Wait for Cargo to figure it out. Give it a little bit. All right. So I do need to clean this up eventually. You know what? Let's clean it up now. Let's commit what we have. So git. I guess we'll just commit. It works. Exclamation mark. Push it straight to wherever we need to push it. Code cleanup party. Oh yeah. You know me. What I was actually working on before this, like you might notice, I guess if you were trying to read whatever was on this screen, is that this has nothing to do with Pong. Because this is actually the code for this thing. Look at that. Pick you up. Look at that. So what I was actually doing before this is I was trying to break out and like further test the Twitch integration. So let me see. Twitch GD. Yeah, there we go. I'm fine. Yeah. You know it. Yeah. So this is a Godot integration with Twitch, and I've also decided to unit test it for the first time in my life. It's also very Java style, so check it out. We have just model classes, response classes, oh baby. I guess I'm not using them like classes, I'm actually using them more like structs, but hopefully it should be pretty sick. Because I think I have the only library so far that also integrates with PubSub. I think most people only integrate with Twitch chat, which is already kind of difficult. Because Twitch chat is technically IRC, but it's not compliant with IRC. So Twitch kind of just does their own thing. Which I get, but also like, why would you do this? Etc, etc. Ooh, thought I broke my mouse there. Alright, so this is Rapier 2D. Let's move you over here. There we go, just make this huge so everyone can see it. Ha ha ha. Crossbeam, I hope I don't need crossbeam. Because yeah, that's for concurrent programming. Alright, so this is somewhat broken at the very top. Unresolved import, what does that mean? It should be resolved. Cargo, build. Is there a problem with my... Oh, did I accidentally clean? No. No, okay, no, it's just building Rapier. Okay. But now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add Rapier to... We're gonna add collision shapes to our stuff. I think the hard part is gonna be the getting a debug view. And then after that, the more interesting part would be to create collision shapes on the Godot side, and then kind of like dynamically feed those values into the ECS. So we basically just use Godot as like a front end, like the missing editor basically for Bevy. Because there's only, I think there's only one Rust game engine out there that actually has a visual editor. And they recently changed names, so I don't even know what it's called anymore. But they used to be called like RG3D, something like that. But they changed names because RG3D is not a great name. So let's see. These are the docs. This is a correct statement. Rapier RS. Give me the get started. User guides. Rust. No JavaScript. Give me Just give me colliders, right? What do you got? Okay, so we need a rapier 2D. Let's run this really quick just to make sure it still works. Okay, it's very slow, but that's okay. But it is using the correct values for each side. I guess we can recompile this one more time. Just make it like 500, why not? See how that feels. Look at that. And then, yep. There we go. The paddles are now completely controlled via Rust. There is no node on the Godot side besides the ECS node, but that's fine. I'm trying to resist the urge to use my new library that I wrote yesterday to hot load my plugin in, because I'm pretty sure there is no performance detriment to actually using my plugin. And actually, my plugin is actually easier to use, in my opinion, than Godot's built-in GD native stuff. But maybe that's just that might be a little biased. Collider type, so 2D and 3D balls, lewd. Convex shapes, triangle meshes and polylines, sure. Half extents, that maps back to Godot pretty well. Mass properties, position. All right, so this is what we want. Well, that's part of what we want, of course. So we're using Bevy, ECS. Let's use Rapier 2D. What do we need? It's probably something in the prelude. Probably something in the prelude if I had to guess. We can get rid of Rust Sprite. Say goodbye. librs will get rid of Rust Sprite. That was just for testing. And as it turns out, I'm a big dummy. Oh, geez. I'd like for a bit, have a work meeting. Fair enough. Have fun at work. I know I don't. Let's see. So we need a collider builder, and then we'll just insert the collider into... Actually, how would you insert this into the stuff? So on ready, here's where we just create all of our paddles, right? Make it a bit smaller so I can actually see more than one thing at once. Okay, so these are all systems, of course. Let's add just a region, systems, and we'll break this out into another thing if needed, but I won't for now. And region. Give me a reload. All right, so say goodbye. Please. Please. So we can do like a... We need some way to create the visual server. Just kind of like immediately. Can I do this externally without adding a function to the actual struct implementation? I think I can. So we can do like just a create paddle. And then this will take it'll take a paddle, I guess. And then return. I actually don't know what this is gonna return. Huh. What would this return? I guess we could take a... I can take a mutable... that might be tough because A mutable reference to a world? I don't know. A mutable world? And then we just don't return anything? Something like that. And then here, this is where we can start cleaning this up and then just put all of our logic into create paddle. Right? Because then we can just match on the paddle side. So match paddle. So it's just gonna make sure I'm doing it right because I've been writing too much Godot. Paddle left. We'll figure that out later. And then paddle right. I think the only thing that really changes is the transform from left to right. Yeah. So let transform is some sort of transform 2D. Yeah. So transform is equal to whatever the heck this is. And then we'll just grab this one just to be safe, because I have a tendency to get these kind of things wrong on a retype. So there's a transform. Let's see if we're actually able to do this. So we'll need a mutable world and also a mutable reference to a world. And then we might have to drop it afterwards. So drop the borrow. I think that's okay. The harder part is the visual server, which we're just kind of grabbing unsafely. So it's a reference to a visual server, so that's probably okay. So viz server. So visual server. So we'll want one of those. And then we'll just create all the RIDs for it, right? I think that'll probably be okay. So we do let paddle RID equal viz server canvas item create. I'm not sure if that's okay. I mean, this is only a reference to yourself, so that's probably fine. That's kind of the scary part about using Godot Rust, is that technically you're just allowed to do whatever you want. Because almost nothing, everything is mutable technically, because everything is just a smart pointer. Is server. Oh, and then we need to grab the image as well. So is that a reference? It is a reference. It's a temporary reference. So this is paddle image tref image, probably. So texture, create from image, paddle image. We'll figure that out. Default is a 7. There's our transform. We just kind of match against. And then viz server canvas item add texture rect. So this will be paddle RID rect 2 point. No, and then we'll just insert these things here. So based off of, wait, no, these are the more or less the same, maybe. I'm actually not sure, because this one's negative, this one's positive. I don't think that makes a difference though. Or I suppose more I'm like, who wrote this? F32, and then paddle image get width as F32. So in a perfect world, this should just work. I have a feeling it's not gonna just work though. But imagine how good it'll, how cool it'll be if it just worked. So texture, paddle texture RID will pass in false. Yeah, so it says in the docs they technically have default arguments, but I think those are just like, I think those are just like, you know, the Godot defaults, and you're supposed to fill it in. So you just kind of pretend, if you will. What is your problem? Function takes, oh, okay, hold on. Oh, I messed this up. There we go, maybe. What did I miss? So this is, oh, it needs a size too. Sorry. Yeah, that's the color. What am I doing? Slap this in here. One of these is a color. False. So let's grab this. There we go. Yeah, so modulated, just like completely white. So there is no modulation. Mismatch types. Expected struct Euclid point to D. Found struct O point. Oh, point to D. Sorry. There we go. I think that's use of under. Oh, point two. All right. Takes a little bit. Biz server, canvas item, set parent. So paddle RID. Oh, okay. So then I also need to pass the parents along as well. Oh, there's so many things I need to pass along. If I want to make this compartmentalized. So this needs to be some sort of, I think this is a node 2D, right? So that's the owner, right? So owner get canvas item. Then we'll set the transform. This is almost certainly going to have errors, but we can figure it out. I think after working at the previous job I was at, or I guess could almost consider it a side gig, since I didn't do it for all that long. I was working in a Rust/Python centric role for roughly 3.5 months. And I guess you can tell how well that went. Well, I think partially the big problem was because it was kind of like crypto focused. And so crypto, it's like you play things like extraordinarily fast and loose, which is kind of scary if you think about it, because you're playing fast and loose with like people's livelihoods. But you know, did a lot of Python, did a bit of Rust. I think the last task I was working on was a lot of Rust, actually, and that was tough. Because it was like interacting with C code. I was like, oh no. Rust C interrupt, and we need to like do something it wasn't meant to do, and we're really trying hard not to, you know, fork the library and do our own thing. All right, so there's create paddle. Let's see if we can do this. So we'll do bum bum bum. Create paddle. So this will take bum bum. I'll just pass in paddle left. We'll pass in our O, which is our owner. Pass in self world. I don't know if that's valid or not. I have a feeling it's not. I'm gonna pass in the viz server, and then we'll also pass in the paddle image, which I feel like might also not be valid. So add a reference here. Well, yeah, this needs to be a mutable reference, but it's already a mutable reference to a mutable reference, which I guess it seems to be okay. I thought that would break, but maybe I'm smarter than I thought. Let's give it a compile, see if we get any errors. Ooh, baby, no errors. And then, oh my god, he's so good. The transform's kind of messed up, but that's okay. Look at that. Oh, it's because I changed it to 300. All right, sick. So we move it back to 500 and 500. I think that's kind of one of the harder parts about Godot Rust as well, is that sometimes your changes don't propagate like you think they will. Actually, hold on. One. These are different distances away. Those are different distances away from the sides. I think I've done something wrong. Does this also need to be divided by 2? So like as to completely center the image? Maybe? So if we do this, boom, boom, boom. Give it a run. No, because this is still 1, 2. This is still 1, 2. Yeah, see, this is still a little too far off to the side. I don't think they're centered. I don't think they're centered at all. Isn't this is correct, right? Like this is the middle of the image because we're, wait. I mean, technically this should be width. This should be height. But that doesn't make, that's the same problem. Right, that's the same problem. Oh my, no, wait a minute. No, because now well, they're clearly not centered anymore, right? But now they are, this is the correct distance? Is it not? Hold on. Here's a little trick I like to use. Just open up a new folder. Squish it. Squish it. And then just kind of... That's correct. Wait, no, that's offset. See, this is roughly that big. And then this is about a half too big. How does that happen? How does that happen? I guess we'll figure that out eventually, but I think, canvas item, add texture. What's wrong here? Like this size is correct. This height is correct because these map back to the images that I'm passing in. This paddle image, which is this image here, which we can even pull up and see that this is 64 by 256 RGB8. I guess this is technically not RGB8, but that's okay. That's weird. Maybe just take off this part and see how it feels. Something doesn't seem right here. Because now this is if we don't fix this now that I'm actually, ooh, that's really bad. If we don't fix it now, then the colliders are also going to be messed up. That's the thought I was trying to finish. But Why is... It's almost like it's being flipped. Oh, hello, pizza mozzarella. 1, 2, 3. How are you doing tonight, today? To afternoon. What I'm doing is I've already built Pong. I built a really short, quick proof of concept Pong in GD scripts. I've written a decent amount of games, or I guess not a decent amount of games, but a decent amount of game jam games in Godot. But now what I'm doing is I'm ripping out pretty much everything. Pretty much ripping out everything from Godot, and then most of the logic now is going to live in Rust. Let me see if I can find it. So this is... Oh. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't have it anymore. That's okay. But the idea here is, you see this, if you're familiar with Godot, you know that Godot likes to use nodes for everything, but you can see that these aren't nodes. These are just being drawn directly on the visual server. Everything else is being handled via Bevy, which is I guess a Godot, it's a Rust game engine, but I'm just using Bevy ECS, which is their ECS system. ECS library, their entity component system library. So we're only using Godot for windowing, inputs, and rendering. All the logic, all the hard stuff will be done on the Rust side, which is cool. That's neat. So we're getting there, right? So now I just need to... I think the hard part was figuring out, one, how these, I guess these Rust data structures work, because I think I underestimated how much Godot does for you in terms of, I guess, just raw data structures. So like transforms you actually need to do this correctly if you want to, do all the origin stuff. Doing good in you? I'm doing all right. I am not the usual duck because I wanted to show off this program. So you can see that it is, one, it's lip syncing, and also it's kind of tracking my mouth at the same time. Or I guess it's almost lip syncing to my mouth. Oh, and thank you, anonymous viewer, for the follow. Much appreciated. Try not to call people out if they don't want to be called out. I'm the same way as like, I want to follow you, please don't call me out. I'd really rather not. Yeah, I wrote this program. You can find this on my GitHub, which you can find using this chat command here. Look at that, OpenCPageGD. Recently got a new release out. There's actually a few things that are still broken with it. I think the primary thing that's broken is I exported the Linux release using a very recent version, or very recent distro. So I exported it using Pop! OS 2110. So if you're not using a super up-to-date distribution, it's not gonna work. The joys of cross-platform compatibility. All right, look at that. So this looks slightly incorrect still, but look at this. We have cleaned this up pretty significantly. I wonder if this is now correct. I think maybe the problem was that I had a different set of logic here as opposed to in this kind of helper function. Let's give that another try. No, these are still super offset, right? Because that's 1, 2, this is just 1, yeah. Is it, we don't want to do this part? Is it that? One of these offsets is wrong. No, that's possibly even worse. Huh. I wonder if the... It's not this, like the X value is the offset I actually need to pay attention to. Or is it like the transform? No, because the... Yeah. Okay, hold on. So we go to the Godot docs. Godot docs, visual server. One of these. Optimization using servers. Yeah, creating a sprite. So how they do it is they pass in. Well, they create the canvas item, which I do here. They set the parents, but the order for setting the parent doesn't really matter, as I've already tested on the Godot side, if I can find it. The Godot side, I've already tested that there. They load the texture. I preload the texture here and just use the same texture and then store it. Wait, I wonder if I just don't. What happens if I don't store it? Do I just memory leak? I don't know. Because I think before, I was actually setting the transform incorrectly. So what if happens if I just don't hang on to it? That doesn't seem right. I should be leaking memory because it's not stored anywhere anymore. Right? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding something. I don't know. Anyways, I guess we'll deal with it when we have to deal with it. And then according to the docs, this should be it. So we do canvas item, add texture rect. So there's your paddle RID. You get your texture dot get size. I don't have a texture, I just have an image because I'm just loading it straight from the file system. So that's a rect2. So if I want to call new, I need to pass in a point to D. So get width, get height divided by 2 should be roughly equivalent. I think texture get size. This is the size of my texture. And there's your texture. Yeah, that should be correct. Isn't this censored or is it not? Add it cent. This is censored. Ah. Is it? Is it something on the Godot side that is my camera not censored on the Godot side? Like my camera should be at 0, 0. Yeah, like I can even add helper markers, right? So if I just add sprite, I can add 2 sprites. So this will be marker A, marker A2. Marker B. And so we'll just make this just icon, right? So transform, we're doing it at -500. This one is at 500. This should be copied from marker A. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. And then we just run it like that. Yeah, see, now it's easy to see that we're slightly offset by about a half. That's gonna bother me. Why are we offset by about half? Or it's not even half, we're just fully offset by a full width. Right, because if we move over 1, then we're perfectly in line. Break my neck like that. Gotta think. Maybe because of global vector 2, 0, 0. Well, I'm not setting. Don't know, it don't make sense. Yeah, well, it has to be something with this, right? It's something with... It's something with this. So is it... Hold on, let me check something. If I send in the half values, so this is half of 256 is 128. What happens if I send in the half value? Basically the half extent. What happens? Is it correct now? No, now they're just super shrunk. Actually, that's kind of cool. Look at that. They are exactly scaled down by half. That's neat. I didn't know you could do that. So the transforms should be correct, right? Because these are just negative 500 and 500. This should be taking care of the actual value. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should be using these values. Maybe the paddle image, the actual width and height are different from what I actually think they are. I mean, that would be weird, but at the very least, this should be more correct. Oh, and then I need to cast to F32. So we give that a compile and see how it feels. Give that a run. Nope, still wrong. I guess it's less hard-coded now, which is nice. Huh. But I mean, doesn't this mean like if it's the width that's off, so if I just don't divide by 2, doesn't that mean it's correct? No, because then it'll be farther off. Yeah, now it's even farther off. But then how do I go farther in the other direction? You don't just divide by 4, right? Yeah, no. Right? That's not correct. Yeah, okay. Just making sure. No, it's divide by 2. It's divide by 2. Can you do this? Just pass this in and then like hard divide by 2. Is this defined? Yeah, I didn't think so. I would need to... Yeah, division integer is not implemented for this. I didn't think it would be. Do you have anything? So this is cloned from... Yeah, min-max. How do you min-max a 0.2? A 0.2D? It's a bit weird. Like this feels like it's prime for like a new type. Doesn't rect have origin or center? Maybe. Well, this is a rect 2. But see, that's not what they're doing. Well, no. Well, I mean, what do we got? Can I divide this by 2? I can divide it by 2. All right, so maybe if I just don't mess with the values here and I just pass in the float values. Okay, well. Yeah, I didn't think so. What do you got? All right, yeah, you might be onto something. Yeah, we can center it. So then I just don't... Well, I think I still need the half extents for sure. What is this? Mismatch types. Oh. Hold on. Wait. We take this value. Don't censor it. Well, actually, no, we do want it censored, but we'll store it out here and then use that as the point to question mark. So let center equal whatever the heck this is, right? And then we create a new rect2 and then use this calculated value as our center. This feels super inefficient. But then this is correct mathematically. Ooh. 2. Nope. Give that a run. Nope, it's actually even more offset. So it's offset to the wrong side. Am I offsetting? I'm not offsetting this anywhere, am I? Because I'm not moving it. And actually the ECS does not update until I tell it to update. So like the ECS does not set the position until I tell it to set the position. Yeah, and actually we're not even using an input system. We just feed the input straight to the paddle system. Yeah, so there are no changes. So actually when I use the calculated center, it's even more offset. So what does that mean? What thing here is pushing it to the right? Because I know these little Godot icons, these are correct, right? Those Godot icons are correct. So if we check here, we can check that this is correct, this is the right width, and this is the right width. What happens when you scale the window? Yeah, I think it just scales appropriately, maybe? I don't know, actually. Hold on. Let's give that a try. So this is how big this is. This is how big this is. Yeah, no, these are correct. No. The Godot icons are the... I know the Godot icons are correct because I positioned them in Godot. So these are... The Godot icons are 500 and negative 500, for sure. 100%. Which means that whatever I'm doing in Rust is just very slightly offset, but I don't know why. But like the way I'm moving them is correct. So like an easy solution. Maybe the canvas is the problem? No, wait, hold on. I think the problem is that when you draw... When you draw directly with the visual server, it's always going to draw from the top left. I'm pretty sure that's it. Whenever you draw directly with the visual server, you're always going to draw from the top left. I'm like 90% sure that's it. So we just do this again. Get rid of center. Ooh. What is your problem? Oh, sorry. 0.2. Oh. So we just need the rect 2. So we need to get rid of this part. Something like that. You get rid of center, and then instead what we do here is we do minus... Oh, I guess we should probably cache that value, right? Because it's very cheap to do in Rust. So this is like paddle width, paddle W. Get width. Because we're drawing from the top left. Something like that. And then we'll just minus paddle W. And then this will be minus paddle H. And then we'll do the same thing for... Well, actually, What am I doing? Let's just do this afterwards, right? Where am I making this all complicated? Set the value. And then transform. Make this mutable. Sorry. Like inhaled at the same time I was swallowing. I was trying to ignore it, but just made it worse. Alright, so M31 minus paddle W. So this is minus equals something like that. And oh, that's an I-64. As this is it's probably an F-32. Most floats are F-32s. So M32 will also minus equal the height. Yeah, something like that. So that should probably be more correct, I think. I think the problem was with the transform. So let's give this a compile. Yeah, look at that. All right, cool. It was the transform. Yeah, so we are almost certainly drawing from the top left. So I don't think there's a way around that, unfortunately. Yeah, okay. So there we go. Look at that. Just having the little Godot icon smiling at us. And now we're actually centered. I need a way to position things centered, I guess. Or maybe like have a way to offset things without having to think about it. Because I think that does make sense, right? So in like raw graphics programming, you always start drawing from the top left. Which makes sense, I guess. And then Godot tries to hide it from you. Yeah. Anyways. Let's see. Well, let's grab the collider stuff. So position of a collider represents the location, translation in 2D or 3D world space, as well as its orientation. Its translational part is represented as a vector, and its rotational part as a unit quaternion in 3D, or a unit complex number in 2D. Both are combined into an isometry. What the heck is an isometry? Oh, before that, let's git commit fix paddle positioning. And of course, if you want to check out whatever the heck I'm working on, I am updating this in real time. Oh, that is strange. I've noticed this person, they tend to star my stuff, which is weird. But this is what I was working on beforehand. It's Twitch GD. It's pretty much just the Twitch chat component of this, or the Twitch plus Twitch pub sub component of this. But like, better, now that I am more opinionated about how I write my applications. Alright, yeah, ignore the readme for this. The readme is super broken, but that's okay. Let's actually update the readme now. Look at that. Easy. Actually, this should be in Rust. There we go. Sorry. This is it. The master branch is just the raw GD script stuff, which is boring. feel like the more I talk, the more stuffy I get. I've kind of noticed that. It's because of I'm like not breathing as much as I should be. Okay. Now in create paddle, I think at the same time here, what I need to do is, I don't know, probably just add this as a component in the world. Yeah. So my work meeting and sort of listening, 100% agree with it. Talking increases stuffiness. 100%. Ooh. I don't usually get like this though. Like during work, maybe it's because I'm a lot more nervous during work. So the increased heart rate, and I guess also during work I'm not usually drinking. So I'm usually just binging on coffee. I should probably lay off the stimulants and/or depressants. Wonder how you would create physics with this positioning? You would probably just create them in the normal way, right? So I would just need to offset them by half the width. Yeah, offset them by half width, half height, so that they are, I guess, now positioned at top left. Or these might actually already be positioned at top left. It's hard to say. Do these use half extents? I think these do use half extents. Yeah, this uses something that's called a half extent. So maybe it's already positioned at the middle, but sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're not. Collider builder. That's mass properties. You don't care about mass properties. Position of a collider. Please read carefully. Please carefully read the paragraph after the next example. It explains how the collider position and actually a setting this position behaves differently when it is attached to a rigid body. Well, we're not attached to a rigid body, so I'm not going to read very carefully. We're just going to send it, dude. So we are already importing a Rapier 2D. All right, so this is our world. Let's create our collision object here. So let collider equal. Do I just have a collider? Yeah, I do have a collider builder. Nope. Collider. Ball is a rigid. Yeah, ball is a rigid body. We'll figure that out later. We will figure it out later. I think it should be roughly the same thing. It should be roughly the same thing. What do we have? I need some sort of rectangle, square. What do you have? This is not. I don't need a cuboid. I just need a. Is it a cuboid? I guess that's a cuboid. Initialize a new collider builder with a cuboid shape defined by its half extents. So that'll be its half extents are. X is 32, Y is 128. These should be F32s, but hopefully it won't yell at me. And then the translation is going to be based off of these are based off its half extents, which means that we need to push it over by the transform. Thinking. It's like the original transform amount. So I guess it'd be, let's just push it over by ooh. Oh, is this a macro that's just kind of defined by them? Okay. Oh no, we need the original values, but let's just, oh no. Okay, hold on, I got it. So we should probably be setting these at the same time then. Let mutable collider. I don't actually know what this gives me, but it should be some sort of collider. Do I just have a regular collider? Can I do that? It seems okay. It seems all right. So collider is equal to collider builder, please. Probably some sort of cuboid. Yeah, it's not a round cuboid, it's just like a regular cuboid. We need the half extents, so these will be, I guess we'll need these earlier than I thought I would. We grab the paddle W and H. So this is paddle W. Nice add-on, maybe you've seen it. Godot event system. I think I've seen that before. I don't like the idea of doing an event system in Godot. Yeah. It's just an event queue, right? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen this part. I've 100% seen this part. I was like, wow, that's a sick UI. I like how this looks. But it's just a queue, right? So like, I don't really need that. Yeah. I know how queues work. I think I already kind of do stuff like that. It's bug-free and ready to use, I don't know. Well, more or less bug-free at the very least. Hopefully bug-free. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen this, yeah. Event manager. Can you really trust someone that uses the editor to set up their signals? I think not. Outside the code in the editor. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my issue, is I don't really like using the editor for too much. Like, I like using the editor to look at the position of things. But other than that, I don't really want the editor. I like the editor to look at the stuff, because I find it hard to visualize positions in my head. But other than that, like, I don't want to use the editor at all. So like, that's why Godot is nice. Like, if there was another tool that allowed me to do, you know, like, it's all code, except you can also just visualize things like really easily with a touch of the button. I'd be like, yeah, that's my jam. I want that. Code gets complicated, bloated since it's GD script. I don't know. I mean, have you seen this code here? I feel like it doesn't really get all that bloated, but like, it's the, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really get all that much bloated, in my opinion. Like this code here, which is GD native. What did I call it? Runtime loader. Yeah, I was pretty proud of this. I wrote this yesterday. I was talking about it earlier. So it's a single file thing. It's only roughly 300 lines, and look at it, it's beautiful. It allows you to runtime load pretty much GD native scripts at runtime. So you don't need to go into Godot and create the GD native library. You don't need to go into Godot and create the native scripts. All you need to do is compile your GD native stuff. I mean, it does still need to be GD native, and then you just configure a config ini file. You know, configure like what is the DLL, and then all your classes right here. So this is actually, in my opinion, way simpler than whatever Godot has, like plugins. Yeah, it's exactly like plugins. I even called it a plugin, right? And it's only about 300 lines, and it works. I think it actually works better than the built-in one. I mean, I guess it is a bit more manual because you do need to make your own config ini file, but you only need one config ini file, whereas in Godot, right, when you're creating native scripts, when you create native scripts, you need to go into every single native script and then set the library for it. Yeah, Godot's system is actually more than manual because you need to create a native script for every single class. So you need and then you need to set the class name and the library on it, which is very annoying in my opinion. Whereas with mine, all you need to do is you have the one config ini file, it points to your DLL, and then here's your class. And that's it. This is your class, it extends this reference, and that's it. It's beautiful. It's also like probably like introducing a million vulnerabilities, but I'm pretty sure like it only has a startup cost. It has no run. Like at runtime, it's about as fast as whatever Godot is doing, right? Because whatever Godot does, like I'm also doing, which is here. You need to call setup on the GD native object, which I've defined here. Here's your library. And then you just call setup, initialize, GD native initialize. Like there's a lot of like internal classes that are surprisingly actually exposed and like simultaneously not exposed to Godot. Translation. It's actually clever to create something like that. Oh, thank you, thank you. I got like no. Hey. I got no traction on the Godot Discord, which is not surprising because I feel like most people that do GD native are people that don't understand what GD native is for, I guess. If that makes any sense. Yeah, no one likes GD native. I like GD native. I really like GD native. GD native is my favorite thing. Like, the more I work with the Godot, the more I like, wow, GD native, pretty sick. So hold on. Because this is censored, we need to off censor it. We need to plus half the paddle width. And this is 0, 0 plus paddle H divided by 2 question mark build, something like that. That's probably okay. And then I64 to float. Yeah. Like I going back to the GD native, I understand why people don't like it, is that it's clunky and stuff, but like, I mean, that is kind of just how, I mean, if you want to deal with native code, that's just part of the deal, right? Is that you have to deal with the clunkiness of dealing with native code as well. There's no way around it. Like, native code is pretty much always going to be way clunkier than, you know, interpreted. Although what I'm going to have to do for this, wherever I put it, I already X'd out of it, but it's okay. What I'm going to need to do for my GD native thing, that hot loads, or is capable of hot loading, but also you don't have to hot load. You could still just use it in your compiled project. Like, it only really parses and loads in GD native files, but I think along with that, you'll also need the shims to go along with your DLLs, which is a bit more confusing, I think. Like, is it trivial to load in GDScript at runtime? Yes. Well, I suppose it's not actually that much harder. You do need to, like, reload each file, each GD native script after you load it in, though. Because I think the hardest part, by the way, to just keep going on about this, because I was pretty excited about figuring it out. The hardest thing about loading this kind of stuff in is that you always need to have an empty script that you then duplicate at runtime, because you're not allowed to just create scripts at runtime, if that makes sense. You are allowed to instance in a script, but you cannot create an entirely new script. So what you have to do, no matter what, for any type of script, so if it's a GD script, if it's a GD native script, you have to have an empty file that contains nothing at all. You load it in, but don't create a new version of it. What you do is you load it in, you duplicate it, and then you create a new thing. But before you create the new thing, then you also need to insert in all your code or all your resource values as well. Yeah. So it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. Like Godot actively fights against like loading this kind of stuff in, which makes sense because it is like a source of like, it's a huge vulnerability for sure. It's not something that most people would usually want to do. Collision groups. All right. I think this will work, by the way. I know I've been talking a lot and not really thinking about what I'm doing, but look at that. We have a collider. Okay. What do? I do this. And then we have collider. So then this needs to derive component. And then we just kind of, we do a thing like this, collision. Oh, and I called it collider, right? So this is this collision collider. Yeah, there we go. So then we have our colliders, and now we just need to check for collisions in our collision system. Yeah, something like that. Your library is already big no when it comes to commercial products. Or it's already a big no. Yeah, well, not really, right? So like, you know, like OBS actually works in the same way, right? So if you want to add a new library to OBS, like what you're supposed to do is you go into, where's my OBS? It's in Scoop. So you go into Scoop or wherever your OBS studio is installed, right? And then you just kind of drop the plugin into your thing. OBS isn't commercial, but it's used commercially. You can use it commercially. So like Streamlabs OBS is just OBS with a little extra pizzazz, right? So like OBS WebSocket, if you want to do it, if you don't want to add something to it, all you do is drop in the DLL right there. Not the same thing. It's roughly the same. It's more or less the same thing. Like, what's the difference? Like, does Streamlabs OBS prevent you from just dropping a DLL into the plugins folder? I don't think it does. Like, I'm pretty sure you can still do that if you want. So are you saying paid product can have any vulnerability and not get responsible? Yeah, depending on the terms and conditions, yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Depending on what the agreement you agreed to. So if you sign the waiver saying that like we are not responsible for whatever, like basically it's the same thing as the MIT license, right? So you are not liable for damages. So OpenSea Paste is actually available under MIT license as well. So software is provided as is without warranty of any kind, express or implied, including not limited to warranties of merchantability, fitness, or for a particular purpose and non-infringement. In no event shall the authors or copyright holder be liable for any claim, damages, or other liability, whether in action, a contract, tort, or otherwise, arising from, out, or of, or in connection with the software, the use of, or other dealings in the software. So yeah, pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much it. So if you use the software, it's kind of like not my problem. Now, if you want me to be liable, I can draw up a separate contract. Those terms are usually bad PR? Not really, right? It's like, did you want support or did you not want support? You know? How much support do you want? Those are pretty common terms, right? The only times you really ever get like this software is not going to cause like a major vulnerability is like if you pay like a support fee. Imagine Windows has zero typing security, who would use it? Well, it's the same thing, right? Is like you use Windows under the understanding that if you just download like a virus, that's not Microsoft's fault. Like Microsoft tried their best, but like if you download a Trojan, that's kind of your fault. Microsoft does their best, of course. But in the terms and conditions, they aren't liable for you losing data because of actions that you performed. Now, if because of actions that Microsoft performs, so if Microsoft does a thing, like an update that they push causes you to lose data, then they are liable, right? But if it's something that you do, then like it's not really their problem. Otherwise, Microsoft would be absolutely drowning in lawsuits. Now, the question, right? The legal question comes into like, how much is it, you know, Microsoft's or Apple's or Google's responsibility to protect your data? And then did they take the necessary precautions to protect your data? And then was that also one of the things that you signed away in the terms and conditions? Right? But for the most part, you know, as long as it's not something that, you know, Microsoft or Apple gave to you, knowing that it was vulnerable, or knowing that it was a vulnerability or it was a virus, as long as they don't give you a virus, is not their problem for the most part. So anything that has a collision, anything that has a this is a collider. Yeah. This is not a good name. This is not a good name. Let's not call it collision. Let's call it... I mean, it is a collider. Because collision implies that something actually happened. I would rather call this collider, and then we'll only import we'll import vector, excited vector. We'll import collider builder, which will then allow me to found expected struct ECS. All right, and then this will need to be Rapier 2D, Prelude, one of these. Now this, okay, hold on, and algebra. Okay, so I think that solves it. Then this needs to be Rapier 2D, Prelude, Collider. Yeah, that's non-existent. Yes, this is true. Look at that. Look at that. Look how nice this model looks, especially with all the lip syncing. Look at that. I finally implemented it, and it looks all right. Although it is like a bit disconcerting considering that I tend to just kind of like be in a constant state of, I'm not a mouth breather, I swear. So here, this is now collider. All right, so there's our collider. How are you doing, needle mouse? Are you doing all right? See if this compiles. Oh, don't git push. Give me a cargo build. Please compile. He's done it. Drawing. Nice. I'm programming. Just to brag, I'm pretty proud of this. Look at this. I wrote a thing yesterday. It loads things at runtime. Probably not very useful for too many people, but look how concise the code is. It's only 300 lines. Oh, baby. Especially when like roughly 50 lines are just like constant string values. It's beautiful. It's so elegant. Much like this model. So let's see. We have the colliders, so now we can start implementing our collider groups, or like the collision system. So anything that has a collider, so if it has a collider, and then it also is a drawable, so we'll need just a mutable reference to a drawable, then we'll do a thing. For some reason I went from a simple anime-like style one day to making realistic kind of face proportions the next day. Nice. I think that's a sign of becoming a normie. Sounds like you need to rewatch JoJo all the way through one more time. I've never watched JoJo. I've seen one episode and I was like, you know what? It's cool, but it's not really for me. It's not really my kind of thing. Restitution. What the heck is a restitution? Restitution controls how elastic, aka bouncy, a contact is. The elasticity of a contact is controlled by the restitution coefficient. Fully elastic, 0. Exit velocity will be 0 along the contact normal. Interesting. Okay, so restitution is just bounciness, but like maybe French. I guess the author is French. Restitution combine rule. Average, minimum, multiply, and then maximum. So this is, multiply is probably the highest amount. Okay. Oh, and then you can set the restitution here. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Huh. All right, so what if we make this a collider builder instead? So we don't build it, we build it essentially just in time, if that makes sense. So we don't build it. Say goodbye. Say goodbye. Working my game in Unity. I don't need to work on my engineering club logo and website design. UI, UX. Oh, baby. Sick buzzwords, bro. Relearn C# and redraw forest. I need to schedule. Who needs a schedule? Just work on stuff until it gets done. I mean, that's honestly like, that's kind of that's how I view things, honestly, is like, I'm not great at following a schedule either. And even though I've been alive for all this long, I don't know, I've just never really been great at schedules, if that makes sense. Yeah, so instead what I do is I don't know. Just make a list of things that need to be done, and if I don't get it done by a certain point in time, guess what? We're staying up. You know, that's the system that's worked for me, is that, like, yeah, you can take as much time as you want as long as you get it all done. But then I think at some point it also comes down to, like, how much do you trust yourself to get things done, which is maybe the sticking point for some people. Watch the Cuphead show on Netflix. There's a Cuphead show? How's the stream going? It's going okay. I think this is where we're at, right? Is check it out. I figured out that the visual server in Godot 100% starts drawing from the top left, which means I need to move on an offset, or I need to assume I draw on an offset, but maybe store the position centered, which is a bit tough, right? So we draw from the top left, but I think I still need to store my position centered because the collision is centered. So that's kind of the tough part. So I need to think about that. And then more or less now it's just been me talking about this thing, this piece of code. I'm like unreasonably proud of it, even though no one else is. No one's impressed except for me, but I thought it was pretty cool. Which is just a way to runtime load GD native stuff. Because I'm pretty sure there is no cost, at least at runtime. I think there is a, you know, when you load it, it's a bit slower than doing it in Godot, but whatever. So what if you have to spend like a, you know, 0.002 seconds loading your libraries? I'm pretty sure at runtime it's about as fast anyways. And so like the benefit of doing things, oh no, where'd it go? I closed it. I keep closing it. The benefit is that for the GD native stuff, if you've noticed, I've had to, whenever I create a new class, I need to go into Godot, create a new GD native script to hold the class, and then do all the requisite GD native script stuff. So you set the class name, set the library. Whereas with my system, all you do is you write one INI file, set the binary, and then you just define all your classes there, and then you just create them just like that. Well, not just like that, but you create them like this. So you runtime load it, call setup, and then, you know, just create class, boom. Easy. How nice. I think there are downsides, of course. The primary one being that it's more insecure. That's, I guess, not necessarily my problem. Because that's how OBS works, right? Because OBS also allows for runtime loading. Although you're supposed to technically have OBS closed when you're doing it, but you don't have to. All right, so where is the moved value? 266, 259, 259. Oh, that's interesting. So even if we set it to mutable, Value borrowed here after move. So it doesn't need to be mutable. I guess it's using interior mutability on these. Yeah, okay, sure. That almost doesn't seem like it makes sense. Yeah, so it's not actually mutating itself. It's actually like a builder. So I've been doing it incorrectly. So if we do it like that, yeah, so you're not allowed to do that. So now it needs to be mutable. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Cool. And here we need to set the restitution. Restitution is just the bounciness. So restitution. Point. I don't know. They're using 0.7. Let's use 0.7. That seems pretty good. And then collision groups and solver groups. I need to figure that out. So, collision groups. Filtering what colliders should have their contacts or intersection test if at least one of the colliders is a sensor computed by the narrow phase. Don't know what that means. This filtering happens right at the broad phase, at the beginning of the narrow phase. Sure. Solver groups for filtering what pair of colliders should have their contact forces computed. This filtering happens at the end of the narrow phase before the constraints solver. I see. Thanks for redeeming a hydrate. Much appreciated. Let's drink some H2O. 100% of people who have drank an H2O will die in their lifetime. Oh, this is gross. It uses a bit mask. I hate this man. I hate working with bit masks. So okay, hold on. I think. Hold on, we can find it. What was their name? They used to be a regular here, but then they just kind of dropped off. It's not their fault, of course. Hold on. What was their name? I thought I had it solved. What is their name? 7. Yeah, there we go. So I think they were using. Oh, never mind. There's no license. Never mind. Let's not look at it. They did port my game to macro quad plus rapier. So it's the game I keep talking about, itch.io. What is it called? Giant Horse Death Ball, but written in Rust, and it just feels a lot better to play as well. But that's because I did take like a month to rewrite it, whereas I wrote that game in about 48 hours. Well, closer to 32 hours. Giant Horse Death Ball, yeah. I do make games. I do make games sometimes. So there's the itch. This is really the only good one, Giant Horse Death Ball. Color typewriter is also kind of cool. I think if you want like an artsy experience. This is a really old version of it though. I think the version that's on GitHub is a lot better. Because I think the version that's on GitHub allows you to press enter and just go to the next line really easily, whereas opposed to here you have to press space to get to the next line. So I thought this application was neat. Look at that. Pretty much all of these are written in Godot though. Yeah, party rotations is also something I wrote for Game Jam as well. Pretty much, yeah, everything here is in Godot besides look inwards, but none of these are worth playing. I would not play any of these. GD list REPL is also pretty good. Collision groups. So this needs to be interaction groups. So we'll figure that out. And God, I hate bit masks. There's your interaction group. This is broken. So this is the membership. So this is a member of, we'll just call this, I guess this is 0, right? Because your bit mask, your first value is 0, 0, 0, 0, right? And then we'll listen for bits at 1, perhaps. 1 will be the ball. Or no, we'll listen for everything on the same bit mask, right? Yeah, that makes sense. We'll just, don't make it hard. Everything just listens on the same bit mask. Briefly checked it out. Recognize those animal sprites? Yeah. I think the animal sprites are pretty good. I think they were not horribly done, considering that I'm not the greatest artist. I'm okay. Especially if you give me time. But also because like I was just, you know, game jam 48 hours. Not a ton of time. Not a ton of time. Sets of solver groups used by this collider. Force between two colliders in contact will be computed if, with two Fs, their solver groups are compatible. Okay, so this is roughly equivalent to Godot's collision layer and collision masks, I think. So if we just do 0B000 and copy this over twice, I think that's okay, right? Oh, it takes one argument, sorry. Interaction, groups, new. Something like that. Better than I could do. Hey, I think your art is pretty good as well, unless you're using pre-made assets, in which case I retract my statement, but I think it looked pretty decent. Pretty decent. Not bad, not bad. Active collision types. Oh man, there's a ton of things that you need to set here. Open game art. Oh, you're using open game art. I've never found anything good on open game art, so I just make my own. I make my own, or I just use I use Kenny assets. Like that's what I use for, or that's what I used for party rotations, which I think was a good idea. It just needs polish. It needs a ton of polish. Oh no. What was this one? This one was for the Kenny jam, so it uses entirely Kenny assets. It's kind of jank. It's like it's a combination, like MMO style. Well, no, it's MOBA style like movements, but like MMO style combat, if that makes any sense. So it combines like the positioning of a MOBA, which is more active than an MMO, but it combined with the skill rotations of an MMO, which I thought was I think that's kind of the more satisfying part of the combat in, I guess, less active MMO games like WoW or Guild Wars 2 or whatever. Active collision type. So I need to grab this as well. Active collision types. Active collision types. Collision detection is completely disabled between two colliders when both are attached to non-dynamic bodies. Sometimes it can be useful to enable collision detection between, example, a collider attached to a kinematic rigid body and a collider attached to a static rigid body. This can be done by modifying the collider's active collision types. What is the difference? I thought, so Godot just has static, kinematic, and rigid. What's the difference? So what is active collision types? Okay, so there's dynamic, collision detection between a collider attached to a dynamic body and another collider attached to a dynamic body. Okay. Does that mean I can add multiples of these? Oh, I think it does. So these are, I'm envisioning these to be dynamic, kinematic. Or I guess kinematic to dynamic. So the ball is going to be a dynamic, aka a rigid body. And these paddles would be kinematic, more or less. Or even like static. So maybe I should just set these to be dynamic static. It's also character, but I'm not really sure what that does. Character in Godot 4 is just a special kinematic body, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they changed the name. I'm not a huge fan of them changing the name in Godot. But that's just what happened, right? Because it's one of the Godot philosophies I don't quite agree with, is like making things, I guess, easier to understand at the cost of like correctness. So like it's the same thing for like there are some 2D game frameworks that instead like of drawing from the top left, they actually draw from the bottom right, which is very confusing. Because I mean that's because computers naturally draw from the top left. Actually, like that's how most graphics APIs work. So I think OpenGL actually starts drawing from the bottom left though, which is why you need to flip OpenGL, because everything automatically flips it because it assumes that you're drawing from the top left. Anyways. Kinetic static. Yeah, so it's going to be dynamic static, and that's going to be it for the paddles, because the paddles won't be colliding with each other either, so we don't need to do static static. Wait. No, we are attached to a body though. So this is, hold on. Drawing from the top left, like from CRT? Yeah. CRTs start drawing from the top left. And early computer monitors also start drawing from the top left. Well, I guess, yeah, CRTs, computer monitors, yeah, pretty much the same thing, yeah. If you think about it, like CRTs, like, that's pretty sick. It's just shooting a beam of electrons over and over from top left downwards over and over again to refresh your screen as fast as possible. That's metal as heck. As opposed to now, which is like, oh, we just turn on and off a pixel. Or I guess not even like a pixel, it's one of the diodes that make up a pixel. Yeah, I guess because this is a body, this must be dynamic kinematic, right? Because the ball is going to be dynamic for sure, right? And then we can also just add in, like these are constants. I don't quite understand what this means, but we can just add it in because they seem to have added it in as well. Active collision types, default. What does the default value give me? What is this? Yeah, I know what the default value gives in the default. Yeah. Let's look at the source. Default. Okay, cool. So the default gives you dynamic to dynamic, dynamic to kinematic, and then dynamic to static. Oh, actually, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I need. Yeah, never mind. I really like digging through tech from before my time. Oh yeah. I don't know what that really constitutes though. What is before your time? It's weird because like even for people within like my generation, millennials, right? It's like there are people who are, you know, like people who still like vividly remember using floppy disks, like the big floppy disks. Whereas I only remember using the mini floppies, I think they're called. Like they weren't huge, but they were just, you know, every computer had like a little floppy disk thingy. When I was in school, when I was in elementary school, we all had floppy disks, and they're like, "Don't touch the tape," and I would always touch the tape. That was the best part about using the floppy disk, is that you could roll, you could kind of like, you could like squeeze the pad of your finger into the little windy bit. You could you could wind the floppy, and that's why I always broke all my floppy disks. And then after that, you know, you had the big CD towers. And nowadays, we don't even use CDs anymore. Filter. I need an example of this. I'm not picking up any of what I'm supposed to be getting from this. Like, I get this. Actually, I missed this part. I even use cassettes. I roughly remember cassettes. Like, we had a few cassette players, but that was for like I was raised in a church. So we had cassettes, and you would like listen to the cassette to I guess listen to Bible stories. And then sometimes you would need to like rewind the cassette, and you would just wait. Like, wow. Not that, but Commodore? Oh. Not those kind of cassettes. I never had a Commodore, no. See, that's way before my time. Does this have a default? Oh, this does have a default. What is the default for this? Useless. Empty. Oh no, you don't want empty. Yeah, you don't want empty for this. You would want contact events and then intersection. Ooh. I was like, don't know, 10. Commodore. I know the Commodore is like a. No, it's not the Commodore. It's the Amiga. Never mind. I don't know too much about the Commodore. I've watched the Ahoy video on the Amiga, but the first computer I ever used was Windows 95. So that's about as old as I am. Old enough to remember using Windows 95 and being like, wow, this sucks. But it does have some games on it. I think this is okay. An active hooks user-defined callbacks to filter out some contact pairs or modify contacts based on arbitrary user code. In order to enable a physics hook for a pair of colliders, at least one of the involved colliders must have a corresponding hook that is active. A hook is activated for a collider by setting its corresponding active hook's bit to 1. Fantastic. Filter contact pairs. Manual filter in the contact pairs. Intersection. Isn't this the same thing? Wait. Filter contact pairs enables the manual filtering of all the contact pairs involving the collider. Enables the manual filtering of all of the contact pairs. This is the same thing. Who wrote this? What's the difference? Contact and intersection filtering. Oh, this is an advanced. Okay, sure. It's a physics hook. Sure. Oh. Oh, I see. So it's a trait. Oh no. It's a trait. I see. So it's a trait that you need to implement on your colliders if you want to use a hook. And then it probably uses some sort of what's it call it? Dynamic. It's not dynamic typing, but it's instead of using the struct as like a, you know, this is what the function accepts, right? It uses a dynamic, you know, whatever the heck this is. So in this case, it'd be a dynamic hook. That's pretty scary. Yeah. Okay, and this is using Bevy as well. All right, familiar. So set up physics system. It's not really what we're doing, but you can almost see the parallels between what you would use in Bevy engine proper versus what we're doing. So they do like an insert resource. Guess what? We do an insert resource, but our thing isn't as fancy. So we don't have a commands. We just insert things straight into the world. Physics hooks with query objects. Same user data filter. And that's defined here. All right, so, okay, this is actually probably what we want to look at. Select collider. They have a bundle, which is that's a Bevy thing, but we're not gonna worry a bit too much about that, right? Yeah, that's just a Bevy thing. Okay. So they insert the resource, and then that's just kind of hanging out in the ECS. It's not actually part of the ECS, it's just a resource that's available to be pulled into any system. Then fills it in with all the other defaults, intos it, and then fills it in with the rest of the defaults, and then it spawns the bundle, which a bundle is just a pre-packed entity, so that's kind of what I'm doing here. I think this would be considered a bundle, whatever this is. This Bevy uses components to add physics bodies to entities. Wasn't watching much. Bevy doesn't define that, so you just kind of do your own physics, usually via AABB. Axis align bounding boxes. I think that's, I want to say that's the only one that comes with Bevy, but I don't know. But I think that this is what I need to do, is add a physics hook. This looks correct. Rapier does it. Yeah. Which is what I'm trying to do, is I need to figure out how to... I mean, this looks more or less correct. Like, this doesn't look as correct. Like, oh, maybe. Physics pipeline? That's not a thing, right? Physics pipeline? This isn't a thing? Physics pipe. Oh my god, it is a thing. All right, so I might need this. Just give me the GitHub, please. Just give me the GitHub. I need to see an example. Give me Pong, and then I'll copy your Pong. Examples 2D. Okay. Weird. All right. I guess we'll look at restitution 2.rs. Where is their Bevy plugin? Hey? So isn't the Bevy plugin also provided from here or no? Rapier 2D. Ooh, these are just cargoes? Are these stored somewhere else? Am I stupid? Back, source. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Bevy Rapier repo? Is there a Bevy Rapier repo? I thought this was the Bevy Rapier repo. And they just kind of like scrape things. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, there we go. Examples. I guess we'll look at it. Player movement, maybe? I can't use any of this because I'm not using any of the default plugins. Spawn player commands is roughly equivalent to whatever I'm doing here with ECS World. So the collider size spawn bundles. All right, so let's look at here. Collider bundle. All right, so here's what we do: is we look at where collider bundle comes from. So it's probably somewhere in here, somewhere in the prelude, I would have to assume. So source, let me see. Bundle. Probably in, yeah, probably in physics, huh? And then in plugins is usually where you would put your bundles, I would think. Because that's what you would insert. No, maybe not. Oh, geez. Oh, gee. What the heck is this? Is this what I need to do? Like this is how I figured out how to rip Bevy ECS out from Bevy. It's just looking at their source. What the heck is this though? I should probably pull this and just look for their plugin bundle. That's a little scary though. Just looking at this and just like, oh my god, look at all these resources you need. Yeah, like they have a constant contact dynamic solver, some like an impulse joint set, integration parameters, which is roughly equivalent to Godot's like integration step or whatever it's called. I don't know what an island manager is. Multi-body joint sets. Oh my god. And it's even using phantom data. What is it using phantom data here? Ooh. Like it just has space for like a, it's like a pre-allocated space, basically. That's what phantom data is, as far as I understand. That's wild. Oh no. And then it uses my least favorite part of any language is the macros. Physics systems. Sure. Yeah. Player movement. Move delta. I'm not using... Spawn player, sure. Player movements. And then they're also using the default plugin, so they should be rendering as well. Those are not ECS though, right? No, these are ECS. These are... That's why it's so confusing, is like I'm looking at it, I'm like, what the heck are they doing? That's the hard part about ECS, is that it's not self-contained. You need to take a broad look at what something is doing and what the intent is. Because whenever you look at one specific piece of code, you're just looking at one piece. Whereas something that's more object-oriented, like Godot, right? Yeah, if you look at the paddle class, you pretty much are looking at the you are looking at the everything that the paddle does, more or less. Depending on how you view collisions. Are things receiving collisions or are things giving collisions? Whereas in Bevy, it's just like, all right, this is one part of the pie, which is tough. So Bevy is ECS only, no way to use it with it. Yeah, pretty much. Bevy is pretty much ECS only. There's no way around it. Which is good and bad. I guess you could like torture it into like being object oriented, but Rust is not object oriented to begin with. So like there is no inheritance in the traditional sense. Like you can still do inheritance. It's going to be really weird though. Rapier render plugin? Where did these come from? I hate it when crates do this, where they just do like a star. I wish you would tell me where things came from. So it comes from one of these. So it looks like a lot of these. Oh, okay, there's the rigid body bundle. Physics bundle comes from physics. From super physics. Physics. It's one of these. Let's guess. No, that's physics, rigid body, bundle. There we go. So there's your bundle. Okay, and then that's your struct. Oh, baby. Okay. This isn't really helping me, though. I still don't feel like I'm getting anything from this. Events. Give me the events. So ignore this. Physics plugin, can't use any of the plugins. Isn't there just like... All right, let's not look at the Bevy stuff. Let's just try to look for the regular examples, shall we? So debug box ball, that looks pretty good. Clone it, run it. This is VS. It's all right. We can figure it out. Testbed. See, this even uses a testbed. So where does the testbed come from? Okay, so this is just from the roots. Oh, that's tough as well. Do you not have any? Give me the walkthrough. Is there not a walkthrough? Demo. 2D demos. Wait for it. I mean, that looks pretty good. Oh, okay. Ooh. Ooh. How do I jump them? All right, it's pretty fast. Contact events, contact graph. This is a bit too advanced for me. Yeah, like this makes sense to me. I don't care about joints or rigid bodies. We're in docs. Maybe I need to scroll out to actually get the full view. Now this is colliders. Isn't this? How do I listen for collision? That's all I want. Just tell me, how do I listen for collisions? Is it this? And then where do I listen for collisions? Is it in rigid bodies? There's no way. Yeah. Here's your rigid body. Position can be set when creating it. Velocity, yeah. Gravity, sure. Damping, Is an already automatic with rigid body? I think so. I guess we'll implement the ball and then see what happens since we don't have anything else to do, I guess. I guess we'll implement the ball then. Let's do it. Let's give it a quick compile just to make sure that we're still compiling. I'll give it a quick run just to make sure. Like, yeah, our resources are in place and they're not crashing, so that's as good as I can hope for. So we'll call this, I guess, the create ball. So we'll need to have a struct to represent the ball. We're not using collider just yet, but we will. So struct ball. I mean, that's pretty much it. It's just like a label to show that this is a ball. Another thing. All right, eagerly awaits. So create ball. That's pretty much it, right? Maybe check the profile for any stack error. I don't think we were running into any stack errors. That's probably not something I need to worry about just yet. Like, we're not running into any errors that I can see. Usually if we run into errors, it's usually just log to standard error. Alright, and visual server will need to have that as well. Viz server, there we go. And then the image, which is not the paddle image, it'll actually be Godot. It'll be the ball image, which is going to be the Godot image. So tref, some sort of image. Doesn't do anything just yet. It's leaking, I mean. I don't think I'm leaking anything either, so I mean we can check, right? So we look at the, I don't know, profiler, I suppose. Well, we can look at the monitor. We don't have any orphan nodes. I'm not sure where else to put. I don't know where else to put stuff. I think the most likely place to be leaking will be in the visual server, which I suppose we should be leaking, but maybe the visual server, I guess, figures itself out, if it makes any sense. I don't know. I mean, we can do verbose standard out and then get like a bunch more, maybe. Did I not turn on verbose standard out? No, we're on verbose standard out. Yeah, there we go. Just took our one more. Yeah, so like, here we go. It's not too much else. So I mean, it says visual server and Rust. Yeah, I'm not super worried about it so far. It looks okay to me. It looks okay to me. I mean, what I really should be doing is like implementing on exit for this thing here. So we'll do like a function, like exit tree. Is that what it's called in Godot? Exit tree? I think this is just self, and then we'll need to grab the visual server. Oh, hello. Snoopy is capitalist. Is Snoopy capitalist? It's been a while since I've watched Peanuts. All I can remember from Peanuts is the Christmas special. And then what is his name? Pigpen? My favorite character. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Alright, so we'll grab the visual server here and then just dispose of... Actually, we don't have the RIDs anymore. I actually don't store the RIDs. So that could be a problem. Probably. Yeah, that seems like a problem, actually, if I'm not storing the RIDs, since I just kind of, like, let go of them. Yes, Pigpen. Yes, I know things. I'm a millennial. Yeah, I should, yeah. We'll do that later, I guess. We'll do that later. So we'll just grab the visual server and then just do nothing with it, but we'll set ourselves up to dispose of the RIDs later. I think the biggest problem is when we change screens, this will start turning into a problem. There's no object is destroyed, I think it works as is. I think Godot should just clean it up automatically. Right? I mean, because Godot is pretty heavily memory managed. So... The only really big problem is if you, I guess, don't dispose of things that are in the scene tree. Yeah, because Godot is possible. Oh yeah, Godot Rust is very possible. I've been doing Godot with Rust for a while. Look at this. Oh, actually, it's wrong now, but ignore that. This is technically Godot with Rust as well, because it is tracking my mouse. Even though the window's no longer in a focus because I'm keylogging myself. Look at that. Or this application, which uses Rust for lip syncing. It's a bit slow, but, you know, so it goes. I'm not the greatest lip sync programmer. When you exit the app, yeah. And then debug mode or an editor mode, it's a bit more liberal with which things it decides to clean up. Yeah. You know what? I mean, we can do it. We can do it now. I think I will need to return a tuple here and create paddle of the various RIDs. So we will add like a thing to the struct. We'll do like RIDs. This will be a vector of just raw RIDs, I guess? I actually don't know. I don't think you can do this. Yeah, you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. What is your problem? Hey, where am I missing? Did I write something incorrectly? This happens sometimes. Yeah, okay. Happens sometimes. RIDs, vec, new. So it should just allocate the vector, and then here we need to return both RIDs that we're using here. So we create two RIDs, the paddle RID and the texture RID, and then we just need to return this as a tuple. Can use a weak ref in Rust from Godot. I'm not sure why you would want to, but we're also not using a reference. Like I believe RIDs are just concrete values. So like it's a resource ID, so there's no reason to use a reference to it, I think. I don't know, actually. What is an RID in Godot terms? RID. Yeah, a RID is just a value. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's just a value type. So we can return. Are you allowed to just do tuples? Like this is kind of a Golang style return value. Okay, yeah, you're not allowed to do this, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, you're totally allowed to just return a tuple. All right, we're returning a tuple. So That's paddle RID and then the texture RID. So paddle RID and then the texture RID. Paddle texture RID. There we go. We pass it along to here. So now we should actually like grab this. So this is left RID, then left texture RID is equal to this. Oh, then wait, sorry, let. And then we'll need to pass these along to ourselves. So we'll do, what is it called? Self RIDs appends expected mutable reference. I don't think you can do that. Yeah. Wait a minute. Expected mutable reference, mutable vector of RIDs? Wait a minute. No. What? RIDs, this is... It's globally scoped. What is this? This is an RID. This is a vector of globally scoped RIDs. And then, oh, this is using a, yeah, this is the allocator. Oh, that's very scary. Globally scoped, that's good. I don't know. Expected mutable reference? I don't think so. Even if we just pass in a reference like that, that's not quite correct. Guess we'll just attempt to torture the values into what we want it to be. Like, I have the RIDs here. I suppose I could clone it. Does it have clone? Does this implement clone? I don't think it does. Go to RID. What do you have? You have clone attached, already implemented for you, but you are expecting a... Is that not what append does? Oh, that's not what append does in Rust. I'm stupid. This is push back. Oh, just push. Sorry. I'm dumb. Append is what it's called in Godot. Pass by ref would not work or cast it. You know, Godot calls it append. Everything else calls it pushback. I got confused. That's what I get for programming in so many languages. So this is right RID. So there we go, and we'll do the same thing. Something like that, and then here, an exit tree will do, what was it called? It was like visual server clear, something like that? What was it called? I was looking at it. Where was it? Like, you need to free it? Is it free? Free. Don't need to sync it. Remove? What was it called? Free RID. Yeah. So for RID in self, RIDs, iter, we'll do visual server. I don't know why it's not giving me code completion anymore, but it's making me very nervous. So RID, yeah, there we go. All right, so what is your problem? So this is a reference to an RID. So we, yeah, okay. So we dereference it. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Let's give it a shot and see if it breaks anything. It's very exciting. Incoming crash. Boom, boom, boom. We're able to move. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. No errors. It's probably a bit more correct. Yeah, that's technically more correct, I guess. It's not hard. It's not how I would want to do RID creation, but I guess that makes sense. All right, so we have our create paddles. We have, or just create paddle, whatever. Now we'll do create ball, which will have to work in a similar way to whatever we're doing here. So we'll grab the visual server. Yeah, now you can probably reset the app. Oh yeah, you know what? We can try that. We can try that. Look at this. I think this is one of the cool parts about doing both Godot and Rust at the same time, is that we can listen. We can just do this and just listen for like a hotkey in Godot, and then just kind of reset everything just like that. Probably. What did I call this? This is a node 2D. So if we do if events is input event key, if events, what is it called? Key pressed? Is key? It's one of these. Input event key. Scan code. Scan code is equal to key. We'll just listen for space, I guess. And event pressed. Then we can do, I don't know. What is it called? It's like reload. What is it called? Get tree. Reload current scene. Something like that. So we already recompiled, right? No. Now we recompiled. So send it. Just give it one more try. Close out of it. One more run. Now we'll try pressing spacebar. So run all the way off screen. Ooh, hold on. What happened? What the heck was that? Oh, it's because I mapped I mapped something else to the key. All right, that's my bad. Yeah, okay. Sorry. That scared me. I said, oh no, are we actually leaking? I didn't think it would leak. Yeah, there we go. So that's the nice thing about working in Godot, is that you can have just easy to keep the monitor up. Keep the monitor up. I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, nothing's changing because there's nothing happening really on screen. But see, we have 4 draw calls. That makes sense. Occasionally we'll, oh, I guess we only dipped once. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good, right? You get the nice flexibility of using Godot, a very Python-esque syntax, along with, I guess, the powerfulness of Rust. That's not bad. I mean, there's no collision. I guess there is technically collision, but it's not actually interacting with anything. So that's the next part. I just need to figure out how to make it work. That looks okay. Alright, you know what? I need to use the restroom really quick. BRB. Hello, it's me. I'm back. Still a dude. Okay. So create paddle, create ball, visual server. So we'll create the ball stuff. We'll hit it with the 2D really quick just so I don't get errors. I think that's one of my gripes with most systems actually, is they don't have something built into the language to just stop it from throwing errors really before you're done writing it, if that makes any sense. What the heck is a rigid body set? I guess it's in the prelude. All right, so build the dynamic box rigid body. Then this is the ground, which is a static body not actually attached to anything. If that makes sense. So we're really looking at this part here. So let's do all the initial stuff first. So this is let ball W equal ball image. That's going to be the Godot icon, and then we'll just have to load it in the same way we load it in the paddle. That should be fairly trivial, he says, sweating profusely. I hope it'll be fairly trivial. These values should be the same since the Godot icon is 64 by 64. It's a known quantity. Transform should just be transform identity. So let transform equal transform 2D identity. So that should be just a unit. Yeah. Unit transform, essentially. It's not really a unit transform. Isn't a unit transform just a size 1? Or a unit vector is size 1? Yeah, that's not actually a unit transform. This is just an identity transform. All right, yeah. And then there's a collider that we will figure out later, maybe. Let ball RID viz server. Canvas item create. That's pretty easy. Let ball texture create. Okay. I think the very last part is just to return the ball RID, ball texture RID. There we go. Okay. Then we have the transforms, and because we're drawing directly onto the visuals, or drawing directly with the visual server, that means that we need to offset our things manually. Huh. I wonder actually if I should actually be offsetting it here. You know what? I think that's before we go on with this, I think I actually should be offsetting it here. Now that I'm thinking about it more rationally. So this is where things are drawn. Just comment that out. Right, but then we can actually set the offsets somewhere else, aka here. Something like that. Like so. I wonder if that's actually more correct. So we actually set it on the visual server side instead of like the transform side. So we don't need to actually do any offset. Ah, it's close. It's close. Now we're only at like half offset. is not as badly offset anymore. Maybe we just need to offset it entirely? Like so? Ooh, just compile me. Yeah, that just occurred to me. What if I just offset it on the visual server side? All right, now we're just fully offset once more. Maybe we'd subtract. So we go up 1. That's probably... Oh, I'm dying. Now it's on the wrong side, and then now it's going to be completely offset. Right? Now we're going to go back to the quarter offset that we were at before. Right? Yeah, now we're just back to the quarter offset. How do I... We keep skirting around the actual point it needs to be. But I don't want to set the offset here on the transform, because that's not a good idea. Or wait a minute. What? What? That's the translation. That's the transform. Ooh. Well, no, this is just the collider stuff. That doesn't actually matter. Did I mess this up? Oh, hold on. I need to move it over by 1 more quarter, essentially. But how do I move it over 1 more quarter? Because either way, we're going to be offset by a little bit. Hold on. Wait a minute. This is just a quarter offset once more. Am I stupid? Oh. Wait. What? What did I... This is what I had before? I'm confused. What? No, this is what I had before? It works? But yeah, but this is what I had in the first place. I haven't changed anything. This is actually what I had. If we go back to the Amazon transform, no, but if you go back to the previous commit, this is what I had before. Ooh. Now it's on canvas. I'm very suspicious. This doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem right. Yeah, like if you look at this, isn't this what I had before? Oh, no, this is not what I had. This is essentially what I had before. Yeah. I mean, the values are kind of messed up. Oh, you know what? It's because I had a trailing negative, which is why I was very confused. Oh. I see it now, yeah. It's just the one very small negative value here that was confusing me. Okay, so as it turns out, I'm still stupid. As it turns out, I was never smart in the first place. You know, in other news, sky is blue, grass is green, etc., etc. Water is wet. Anyways, there we go. Let's continue on creating the ball, I guess, and just ignore that I made that huge mistake. So there's your ball RID. Transform is just going to start at 0. Visual server. Canvas item. Add texture rect. So this will be based off of the ball RID. We'll need to have the rect point 2. And then we'll do the same thing that we did here, because apparently that's just the way to do it. Ball image get. Oh, I guess we don't need to call these anymore, but technically what should be happening is that the Rust compiler optimizes this for me anyways. So whatever, I'm not going to worry about it for now. It is a bit more typing than is necessary. Size 2, no. Okay, width. All right, then the ball texture RID. False. Let's grab the rest of these, because we also just need a dummy RID for the alpha texture. And I've made the same mistake once more by not nesting these appropriately. There we go. Yeah. There we go. All right, viz server, canvas item, set parent. So then this will be the ball RID. And then we'll get the canvas item, which will just be the no 2D. That's pretty... I'm surprised how well this works. Let's see if this works with the ball as well, though. Oh, and we don't need to set the transforms. Well, we might as well, right? Set transform, and it'll just be set to the identity transform. Don't accidentally set the transform to the additional transform, which is used for shaders. That would be a huge blunder. All right, then we'll add it to the world. So we'll spawn in a new entity, insert. It must be a drawable. So drawable, please, code completion. What are you doing? So drawable must have an RID associated with it, plus a transform that we can mutate in order to move around the entity, that we'll also be using for collision checking as well. That's the plan at the very least. What's your problem? Expected function. Eh? No, yeah, that's right. So insert. So we'll insert just ball, just so we know what we're looking for. Oh, that might be kind of tough though. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. And then we'll also insert just a collider for this as well. So that's okay for now. Let's build the collider. So the collider, it's going to be one of these super gross things. So let collider equal collider builder. It's going to be ball, sure. Ball 64. I think that was the size. What else do we need? Restitution. Yeah, let's make it pretty bouncy, I guess. Collision groups, solver groups. Everything else is going to be the same as the paddles, just to make it easy. Yeah, there we go. And then here, ooh, wrong button, not archetype. We'll insert a new collider, which is our own custom collider, with a collider of type collider. Sure, I forgot we need to build this, because that's a builder. So there's your collider. And then in standard Rust parlance, you're allowed to do this. So if the parameter is the same name as the struct field, you don't have to include the struct field anymore. I kind of dislike that, but it tends to get linted a lot. All right, so run it. Still compiling because technically we're never calling it, so nothing ever happens. Let's call it here. So let ball RID ball texture RID is equal to create ball. All right, so what do you need? You need you need a mutable self world. I think it's kind of, this is something I still don't quite understand, is why are you able to pass along a mutable reference to something, but it's not technically consumed. Viz server makes sense because it's just the smart pointer. All right, then we need the ball image. All right, so let's load in the ball image. So let's ball image. It's not actually going to be a ball, it's just going to be the Godot icon, which is a square. Let's not worry about it too much though. So ball image, load, project settings, globalize path. We'll grab this from here. And then expect unable to load ball image. Wow, how fancy. Okay. And then this is a, yeah, there we go. It's a rough image unique, so we need to push it into shared. Basically torture it until it does what we want it to do. The beauty of Rust is tricking the compiler into doing something dangerous like this. It's equal to unsafe. Ball image, assume safe. No way around it. What is this? No method. Oh, it's already a tref, is it? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Give it a reload. What do you think? What do you think, Rust Analyzer? I'll give you a little bit to think about it. Yeah, I didn't. Ooh, maybe. Hold on. What's the difference? What? Isn't these are the same? This is the same thing though. What? This is an image new, which gives you a reference to a unique image. Then we load it. Expect, so we unwrap the value. Maybe I shouldn't be expecting here. Maybe I should just be... No. This is already a tref? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's not a tref though. Let ball image equal ball image. What do you got? Into shared. Now it's just a ref? Oh, I wrote paddle image, not ball image. I'm stupid. Clearly can't read. Amazing how I've gotten this far in life without... Amazing how I've somehow become a senior consultant despite not being able to read. Very impressive. RIDs push. Ball texture RID. I don't know. I think I might switch back to RLS. No. I think Rust Analyzer is nice because it just gives you the types just here, but I feel like it's also kind of annoying when you're writing code. Because every time you write like a new line, it just flashes like, oh, this is an error. Like, yeah, if I stop typing like right now, of course it's going to be an error. Please. I'm sure it's configurable, but it's still... I think you can toggle it. Yeah, you can almost definitely toggle it. So it's like Rust and Rust Analyzer. Maybe. Maybe you can do a thing. I mean, it looks pretty fancy for sure. Okay. That too. Can't read my code. Yeah. Yeah, I think the most annoying part is just when it flashes red, it freaks me out. It's like I know, but like I just don't flash the entire screen red, otherwise you're gonna distract me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see an option to at least slow it down. I know for Godot you can slow it down. Anyways, let's give it a try. Oh, look at that. It's slightly offset. Very nice. So why is this slightly offset now? I might as well push these. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, this is almost 100% just the underlying thing. I hate that. All right, we haven't changed anything, but I'm still gonna recompile it just to make sure. Let's see, so we're slightly offset on the ball once again. And then because this collision system should just work for everything. Because we're not checking for paddles or balls, we're just checking for colliders and drawables. So paddles and balls both have a collider and a drawable. I think that's the interesting part. I guess we will need to have a ball system as well to manage just the regular movement of the ball, if that makes sense. So here we'll listen for. We'll use the Delta resource, which comes from Godot. We'll also have a mutable query, which listens for pretty much just ball. Just listens for ball and then a mutable reference to the drawable of the ball. And we'll need to insert that as well. Was it drawable? Is it a Godot class? Drawable is the components that holds the RID in addition to the transform of the objects. So the RID is how we actually draw it because we're drawing directly using the visual server. Because that is updated in the paddle. Yeah, in the paddle sim you can see that we actually set the transform of the RID using the RID, or we set the transform of the paddle directly using the paddle's RID and the transform. Oh, it's a custom struct. Yeah, it's a custom struct. All these are custom structs. Yeah. Even technically transform is a custom struct because it doesn't really map one-to-one back to the Godot primitive. It's kind of one of the pain points here with Rust GD native. Is that the only things that really map back one-to-one are the nodes. Anything that's a node and above maps back one-to-one. Otherwise, you're kind of better off using a Rust data structure instead. It's a type variable. Yeah, basically, I guess. It's a struct, actually. It's a struct, so this is the only information it has, besides also the fact that it derives components, so that we're able to use it inside of Bevy. So I'm assuming that component does some stuff. Yeah, derived components. Oh, okay, yeah. It's a macro token stream. Very confusing stuff. Or a token stream is like it's actively manipulating the thingamajig. Unused variable. That doesn't seem correct. Oh, because I'm just requesting another visual server. That doesn't seem right. Whoops. And then I'm also not using ball W. Hold on. So ball with... Alright, so we're simplifying things. Why is the ball slightly offset in this example, though? Points 2 is the width. And then actually, technically, these are also just width and height. These don't change. All right, run me again. Maybe I just missed something and I'm stupid. Did I close it? Where'd it go? Were you rendering the collision shapes as well? There's no way to, or there's no built-in way to render the collision shapes in this stuff, right? Well, once you get down to the lower level code, there's no easy just turn on collision shapes, unfortunately. So if I'm doing it correctly, the collision shape should match up exactly with what's being rendered. Otherwise, I'm gonna need to do some additional stuff, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, so these are still correct. This looks like it's slightly offset, though. So what happened? So maybe it's not slightly... Yeah, no, it is definitely slightly offset. It's offset by 2, actually, I think. Do you care rendering the... Nah. To answer your question, because I think I misread it the first time, no, I'm probably not going to render the collision shapes. What I want to do is just get the collision shapes to match the sprite as well as possible. Am I off? Or is... No, I think... That's the paddle. The transform should just be the identity. The identity transform is this 1, 0, 0, 0. AKA scale is 1, 1. And then the position is 0, 0. And then the point, I don't know, run me again, and then run this again. All right, give me one more try, Maybe I did this wrong. Just measure it one more time. So that's how wide that is. That's how wide that is. This is how wide this is. Why is this offset? Like, this is offset by rough... This is centered at the top left corner. Almost certainly. For a debug purpose, probably require one, but it's pain. Yeah. Well, like the hope is that whatever these are mapped back 1 to 1. Like there's no easy way to render shapes unless I build it. That's the painful part about using a framework or a library as opposed to an engine, is that it doesn't do it for you. So if you want debug stuff, you need to write your own debug stuff. So I'm wondering why this is wrong, because we should already be offset by 2. So we set the transform. The transform is set to the identity. And then the point, well, I don't know. What if we negate these? What if we just skewed it back by half? What happens? I don't think that should really work, but maybe it will. Oh geez. Can't open dynamic library. That's good. I'm mad. Why is it correct now? Why is it correct now? What? Woo? Woo? Alright, there's some math I'm missing here, so check this out. So half. What? What happened? Look, all I did was negate it. We're at transform identity, so scale 1 1, position 0, so we're centered. That's not what I'm doing here, but these are equally like offset. So this is -500. Paddle on the left is -500. Paddle on the right is +500. But when we create the paddle, we're not negating it. We're just sending in the normal, you know, half paddle size and half paddle width for the points, which should move it over by half. So it's centered. And then we pass in the size as just the normal size. And then I don't need to, yeah, and then I also don't need to manually specify. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. Here, I'm manually modifying the transform. So I shouldn't be doing that. I should be doing this. So if I comment this out, give it a recompile, it should still, what should happen is the same thing should happen. Okay, so I was wrong. I was wrong. I'm dumb. Okay. I see. So I was accidentally, I forgot, I started manually modifying the transform, yeah. Wait, but why is it negative? No, but wait, no. Why does making this negative? Wait, why does making this negative? Oh, I see, okay, okay. So what's happening is that we're drawing from the top left, right? But what we want to do is shift it over to the middle. So we want to center it. But because of how it works, we're not moving it this way, right? We're not actually moving the corner this way. We're actually moving it. We're moving the entire image this way. Ah, I get it. I get it. So it's not actually, we're not moving the corner. We're not moving the corner over to the middle. We're moving the middle over to the corner. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Ah. Now we're thinking. Don't understand it's still the same. Well, see what I thought. Right, if you're translating the position over, yeah, we're moving the origin, right? So the origin is at the corner. So what I thought I was doing was I was moving the corner over by half. So I thought I was moving the corner over by half and then over by half. Oh, sorry. I thought I was moving the corner over by half and then over by half. But actually what I'm doing is I'm moving the corner over, I'm moving the center over by half and over to the corner. Because the corner is still, the corner is always going to be the origin. This doesn't change. This red square doesn't change. Right, what changes is the entire square. This part doesn't change. This part stays constant. That makes sense. So what I was actually doing was I was just moving it farther and farther away. Because I thought I was moving the corner for some reason. I don't know why I had that in my head. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Which is why this makes sense, right? Is we move this back by half, right? Because we're moving it back by half. We move this back by half. And then up by half. So yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. It's not this part. It's not the green. It's only the blue. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that was fairly obvious, but I was just approaching the problem from the wrong point of view. That makes sense. All right, cool. So give me a recompile, just to be sure. Give it a run. Kill it, then give it another run just in case. All right, so we're still centered. All right, so let's start doing the physics. Everyone loves physics, right? Okay, so now we need the paddle movement part. Are we not using the transform? Value does not need to be mutable. That's true. So the ball system. So we can have an initial velocity. So that's something that we might need to just store on the ball. So that this will need to be mutable. Because that's going to need to change based off of various factors. That's not really connected to the drawable. The drawable only tracks where it is on screen. That's why I called it drawable. You would usually call it something like renderable, but you know, I'm a maverick. I do my own thing. So let's do like a velocity. We can set it equal to like a Godot vector 2 as well, which means we now run into a problem here. So let's call it. Let's just set it equal to like a direct value this time. So velocity is equal to vector 2 new. Let's send it to the left because I like using WASD. Yeah, so we'll just send it directly left and see what happens. Yeah, so there's your velocity, and then we'll need to implement the ball system here. Which all that does is do for, I guess we don't need to iterate over the query, right? Because we only have the one ball. We can, well, I mean, we might as well, right? We might have multiple balls, why not? So for ball, right, yeah, it's gonna be mutable ball and then mutable drawable. In query, it's your mute. All right, so I guess this is the fun part of doing an ECS, is that now you can start composing your systems. So you have all your data. Like this is all the data we really need, right? Is that we know that things, we know that paddles have a collider, and then paddles are also drawable. We don't really care about drawable though. We also know that balls also have a collider, and then balls also have a drawable component, but we don't care about drawable. And so really the only thing that separates this collection of components is whether or not they're a ball or a paddle, right? And so the fun part is in the collision system here. But for now, it's fairly easy to just compose the logic, which is because they're completely separate, right? They don't matter. Like the ball doesn't care about what the paddle is doing, at least in the ball system. It only cares in the collision system. So here, we're not looking for either ball or paddle. We're just looking for the collider. Yeah, okay. I think that makes sense, right? Yeah. So for the ball and drawable inquiry mute, and then because we're doing this like so, that does allow for the possibility of multiple balls, and then it should just work. So we could just spawn in many balls that don't collide with each other. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, we have a ball, sure. The ball has a velocity, yeah. And a drawable, yeah. Let's grab the visual server just before we get started, because I'm a little unsure as to what to do. So what I find is whenever I just start typing stuff, we'll eventually blunder our way into doing something smart. Okay. So ball has a transform. Wait, no. I mean, yes, the ball does have a transform, but that's on the drawable. So d.transform M31. So M31 or M31, which is the third row, first column of the 2x3 matrix. This will be ball.velocity.x. Yeah, we'll just plus equals that. D.transform M32 plus equals b.velocity.y. And then the velocity will really only change in the collision system, right? Yeah, so that's pretty much what we do here. Yeah. And then we'll do the same thing as we did in the paddle system. Right? Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. Okay. And then here we'll do add system to stage. We'll add, we'll calculate the paddle movement and the ball movement at the same stage, and then we'll just do collision during the middle stage, which is the regular update. So we have a pre-update, a regular update, and then a post-update. Yeah. Look at that. And then we're not using delta. We really should be using delta, so we will apply delta to this thing, just so that we're not accidentally moving faster than the frame rate, or frame rate. So delta is 0, by the way, since this is a new type. Yeah. All right. So velocity 0. Yeah, we're not adjusting the velocity of the ball just yet, although we probably should. I'm not sure actually. Maybe I'll need double queries? No, you're not allowed to double query in a system though, are you? Maybe I'll need to move the velocity off onto a different, just a different component entirely. We'll think about that. I mean, that's one of the downfalls of an ECS, is that if your building blocks aren't correct, you're gonna be in for a world of pain. Because you potentially, it's the same problem of like an object-oriented system, right? Where you realize that your base class is wrong. And now everything is wrong because of that. But we'll think about it. We'll think about it. Is Rapier deterministic? It should be. I think that's one of its selling points is, well, it has a deterministic mode, shall we say, but I'm not using that. Wow, phenomenal. All right, cool. So, look at that. It's all running via Rapier, or it's all running via Bevy. There's no Rapier just yet since we're not doing any collision detection. But look at that. I think even if we weren't using Rapier, we could just use Godot's built-in collision to check for collision. and then still get roughly the same performance, almost. Yeah, I mean, that's neat. So that was fairly easy to compose. It's a success. Well, now we just need to make it bounce back, and then it's a success. So let's think. I think I need to, what I need to do is actually break out the velocity into a different component. And how it would work with Godot physics server when it's ECS is complicated. I don't know. I think it would have worked like, what was that thing I was showing off last stream? It was the bullet hell made with Godot, where they were able to optimize everything by just moving everything to a server. I think you could do the same thing with Bevy, with Godot physics. I think you wouldn't really get the same, I think you would get about the same level of speed up as you would with the just raw GD scripts. Almost. Well, actually, I don't know. It depends on how many objects you have. It's still in Godot, yeah. Well, I think that's a good thing, right? Is that if you're doing it in Godot, like it's just easier to understand. Whereas like how if you were to like look at this, like doesn't this look pretty intimidating almost? It's like this is fairly ridiculous looking. It's like what are you doing here? You're getting the Godot singleton, you need to get the project. Ooh, like, oh, this one says unsafe. This one says unsafe. I'm very intimidated. Yeah. In theory. Yeah, I think in theory it's roughly the same, right? And I think like in Godot 2.0, once they have like the optimizer written, whenever they get that done, it should be about the same performance if you're just using servers. ECS it might not be. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that ECS is not a new idea. And ECS is actually like kind of an old pattern. Right? You would use an ECS when you have very limited resources. So you just process all the similar logic all at once, right? So like I think the study was like earlier games actually also used, it wasn't explicitly referred to as an ECS, but it was pretty much the same thing as an ECS. So you move everything on the, the same, I guess the same cycle, right? So you cycle like movement on the same thing. You process all collisions on the same cycle. Then you process like the results of the collision on the same cycle, and then you render on the same cycle. So that's pretty much like an ECS, just not like explicitly called an ECS. I guess they didn't have the same maybe like performance enhancements, shall we say. I guess not everything was packed together like, I think that's what Bevy is good for, is that it's archetypal. So it packs together similar things. So for something like Pong, it's not, who has the most use it? I think mostly. I'm not sure. I thought I was reading something like Prince of Persia might have used it, if I'm remembering correctly. Or like Ultima Online, or maybe just Ultima, was it? Use it as well? I don't remember. But Pong is a bad example for an ECS because you don't have that many entities. You just have the 2 plus the ball. But it is a good example of implementing something in Godot because it's easy. Everyone knows how Pong works. So it's, that's good. Derive component. To make this work, you can do it better. Yeah. If I make it work, I'm pretty sure I'm like 90%. Oh, we're 70% there. We're 70% there. Particles are pathfinding with tons of entities. Yeah. What I'm imagining is like a bigger scene with like a ton of entities, right? So like, what if I were to take like this scene here, you know, zoom it out so we're like really far away. So like you play like Mega Pong, so you have like two big paddles, but then every ball is like the size of, you know, this Godot icon that you can see here. And then so we spawn in, you're just continuously spawning in, you know, Godot thingies. I think that could be a reasonable extension of what I'm doing here. Yeah. So like and then like track the performance. So like it's also like fairly easy to implement on the Godot side as well. So that's the interesting part, is that it's easy. It's everyone can understand it. Without Node, it would be 100 times faster. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, it's because nodes have all the other, you know, logic associated with them, right? So like nodes have the, you know, nodes already have like the exit tree ready. They're already listening for all kinds of signals. Yeah, so if you take away the signals, like what you could do actually is implement a game that only uses, you know, references. Yeah, so if you don't use any nodes, you just use references, you would already see like a speed up, I'm pretty sure. Right, because I feel like most of the time you're not even using like half of the functionality that a node provides. It's just nice to have. Be like shader? Yeah, I guess almost. Well, it's just closer to like how you would write like a raw game almost. Alright, so a ball system, we would need to have the ball, the drawable, and then the, alright, so the ball, we don't need to modify it, but we do need to modify the velocity. So the ball is just used as like a label, almost. Well, not almost, like entirely, right? So this is a mutable. Well, it's not even a mutable, it's just like a regular velocity, right? So that's your velocity. It's technically mutable, doesn't need to be mutable because we're not changing it here, but we do want to know what it is. Computation is raw. It's raw. No, it's, you donkey. I can't do it. I haven't talked with enough people. My social skills. I used to be friends with a girl who was like really good at making the really posh like English accents. Like all she would need to do is like, you know, like talk to herself for like 10 seconds and then, you know, do you want to hear like a Scottish accent? Like, you know, just does her thing for a few seconds and then there you go. Just gotta calibrate and then you're off to the races. The only Golden Ramsey though that I can think of is you donkey. Velocity with a vector 2. Alright, so there's your velocity. Hey. Oh, sorry. New. And then we'll have to do the same thing for paddle. Actually, paddles don't even use it. but they should, so that we're able to query for them. Wait, no. Actually, how do you have an optional query? So bevy optional query. Queries. Okay, so you can have an option. Yeah. Optional component, get access to player if it exists. Gandhi's flip-flop? What is Gandhi's flip-flop? Yeah, so we're looking for Ramsey, Gandhi's flip-flop, Ramsey. Eh? I don't get it. Gandhi's flip-flop? Gordon, Gandhi's flip-flop, Ramsey? Huh? What? I think I'm missing something. Alright, cool. So here's your collision system anyways. Oh, sorry, let's see if I can watch this on my other monitor. Well, not my other monitor. No, okay. I haven't seen that clip actually. My other computer. No, I think the only Gordon Ramsay thing I have saved to my YouTube. Let me see if I can search it up on another thing so I don't out myself for being a huge weeb. My YouTube recommends are just absolutely decimated from all the VTuber work. How do you search in a playlist? You spell Gordon. how do you spell Gordon? All right, there's Gordon. It's only Beef Wellington. No, there must be other Gordon Ramsay ones. Oh, it's this one. Don't play it. Stop playing it. I don't want to get content ID matched. Because it's a very popular clip. Yeah, that's the only one I really have saved. Besides, like, the other ones are like how to make really good scrambled eggs, which is actually how I make scrambled eggs now. Actually, I don't make scrambled eggs, but I make omelets the same way. So I don't fully scramble them. I just kind of let them sit. The dirty talk. How lewd. Let's see, so we don't need the ball, so we'll just not do anything with it. So this is actually very Golang style. It's cringe though. Is it cringe? I thought it's pretty good. I think Gordon Ramsay normally has like a very dry sense of humor. It's very British humor. You know, I'm an American. You know, I like to have the little push over the edge. Is it a bit cringe? Yeah. But I also like the well, I'm a big fan of like the bad lip sync stuff. Is that YouTube channel still around? Bad lip sync? Okay. Hold on. So this is the complicated part where we need to check for collisions. Listening isn't cringe, it's creative. I mean, that's pretty creative what I posted. Fairly enough. I think like it flows. I think there's good lip sync and well, there's good bad lip sync and like bad lip sync, right? I don't know. Maybe it just depends on what your opinion about like innuendo is. Like I have a very like middle school view on innuendo, which is like if you see your chance, you should take it. Unfortunately. I think I watched 15 seasons of Hell's Kitchen. Yeah, I'm based. Maybe you're based. I don't know. Based, biased. What's the difference? How do these work? Haven't seen too many seasons of Hell's Kitchen. I really only see it when it's like just happens to be on TV. And now that I no longer pay for cable, I don't really watch that much TV anymore. How the heck does this work? Oh, this uses Bevy anyways under the hood. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at this. This still uses Bevy anyways. Oh my god. That's so dumb. Yeah, but I guess everything like kind of naturally gravitates towards Bevy, I guess. Since Bevy is the biggest one in the field for Rust game engines. No too many funny things from Ramsey. You know, when I went to school, the athletic center was actually called Ramsey. So I always got that mixed up but our athletic center was Ramsey, not Ramsey. Uses Bevy in his core example. It uses Bevy in the examples. So it's a little annoying. It's almost like it's biased towards Bevy though, right? If your examples use a specific thing, so you can see here, Bevy. I guess it's not using Bevy for everything, but it's using Bevy for enough things, which makes it kind of weird. Oh, and it's straight up just using the Bevy prelude here. Never mind. It's just straight up is just using everything Bevy. How annoying. Is there a macro quad? I'll need to look into this. I don't know. I don't really understand how this maps. Because there's like a set world. Sure, is a set world in here? There is a set world and then set world with params. Sure, and then there's a harness. What the heck? Harness? What the heck is a harness? Harness is a harness, sure. Okay. Create a harness. Eh? Where? Eh? Where? Eh? Harness. Harness. Mod. Why are you like this? I'll need to look into. I need to find good examples. I thought this would be okay, but I'm a little confused. I don't really have a good example. I know that like this is the best one to use if you're going to do physics. You should be using Rapier, but everything looks to be like using like Bevy proper, but I'm not really using Bevy proper. That's tough. But anyways, thanks for tuning in. Let me just push all of this to my GitHub. Free and open source, etc., etc. So we'll push that. Let me see. Here's the repository. We should switch to the Rust branch because that's the one that's actually interesting. Yeah, so you can find the repository here. It's free and open source, Apache 2 license. If you're interested in anything else that you've seen on stream, this is OpenCPHGD. I wrote this. This is available on my GitHub, free and open source as well. This is also free and open source. I'm currently in the middle of refactoring it as well. So hopefully it should be pretty cool in the future. Might be closer to how like OBS actually works in terms of being able to hot load things when you want them. But yeah, if you haven't given the channel a follow over, I highly encourage you to do so. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, and on Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. Usually working on Godot and Rust stuff. It's hard to say. Whatever I'm in the mute for, but you know, there's a Discord if you're interested. If you want to play some games that I made, there's an itch.io. I think there's a Bevy game jam that's going on as well that I think I wanted to try to participate in. Yeah, starts in 4 days, the Bevy jam. So I might be doing that if I can if I can figure stuff out. Yeah. I don't know. Let's find someone to raid really quick. Do you think Nova's streaming? Yeah, they are. There's also Run. Yeah, I guess Nova is the only one that's streaming, so I'll pass you over. Maybe let's get Godot. That might be kind of interesting. Might be kind of interesting. But I'll send you over. I think Nova's done a pretty good job at one, learning, and two, making their name known. But they're doing Godot, etc., etc. So more of the good stuff, more of that drip feed, the dopamine hit of seeing someone figure stuff out. But yeah, get sense. Goodbye.